My wife is Captain Marvel. Chapter 1, Travel Through the Marvel World. 1. Travel through the Marvel World. One more. Congratulations, get the new hero Aquaman. Looking at the line of words that popped up on the mobile game screen, Li Wei's expression showed a touch of excitement. There is one more hero, DC is in full dominance. The game Li Wei played, called DC Hero Smash Brothers, was a game he discovered when he was bored. Right now, there is only one hero left, Superman, before activating all heroes. Unfortunately, it's just DC Hero Smash Brothers. If Marvel DC Smash Brothers, how good would it be? As a fan of American comics, Li Wei's only regret about this game is that there are no Marvel heroes. After all, Marvel has a greater influence in China. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to challenge the limit? Yes or no? The game once again jumped out of the challenge level. As long as he passed the extreme mode, Li Wei can collect Superman. Yes. Li Wei pressed the screen abruptly, and then the familiar game BGM sounded again. DC heroes appeared one after another, and Li Wei only needed to defeat all these heroes to activate the last Superman hero. Boom. 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 Li Wei controls the characters, PK the heroes of DC. Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Shazam, The Flash, almost all are full of blood KO. It's not difficult at all. Li Wei grinned. 1 hour later, he finally reached the last level again. The gatekeeper of this level is Superman. Superman, let me see your ability. After half a minute, the Superman in the picture was already lying on the ground. Congratulations to player Li Wei, who won the all-hero dominance. Sizzle. But at this moment, a group of sparks suddenly jumped out of the phone screen. Oh, why is the phone so hot? Is it charging too hard? Because I want to pass the level in one go. Li Wei is a game to play while charging, so, boom. The phone exploded all at once. Nima, the Samsung phone is really pitted. This is Li Wei's last words left on the earth. In 1989, the United States, somewhere in Los Angeles. Li Wei suddenly woke up from the bed, still with a horrified expression on his face. Calm down. Li Wei sat on the bed halfway, doing deep roar sucking, compulsively calming himself down. He clearly remembered the first second he remembered. He was charging and playing games on his Samsung mobile phone. Then, the phone exploded. Samsung blasted, well deserved. Even now, his body is still aching. It was not because of the injury, but because of the reaction of the body caused by the psychological effect, because his soul still remembered the pain of splashing into his body from the broken mobile phone in the previous second. However, he suddenly appeared in a strange environment, a strange room. Based on Li Wei's poor little insight, he can only think of one possibility. Own, crossed it. Roar, crossing is a good thing, at least it can make a new life. Li Wei took a deep breath and quickly accepted this fact, even though his heart was not as calm as it seemed. After compulsively calming down, he began to observe everything in this room. Even the most irritable daredevil suddenly appears in a completely unfamiliar place. The first thing you must do is to understand the situation around you. This is a small room no more than 20 square meters, with a double bed, a wardrobe and a computer desk with chairs, on which is a computer of unknown brand. This is what this room is all about. There was a window next to the bed, the curtains were drawn up, and messy sunlight poured down the room, proving that it was daytime. It's done, the crossing is undoubtedly. Because he stayed up late to play on the phone. Li Wei inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief, maybe even he didn't know why. The door of the room was closed, but Li Wei did not rush out of the room. Instead, he checked whether the door was closed and locked it. Carefully pull open the curtains, open a gap in the window, and carefully observe the conditions of the street outside. The noisy sound and the sound of car horns, although people most disliked the noise, but Li Wei's hanging heart was let go. It's not a textbook-style novice village, the world's biochemical crisis, it's safe. Li Wei's original trembling mood instantly calmed down, and he sat down on the chair in front of the computer desk. I looked at the host computer, the power light was still on. After pressing the keyboard to leave the sleep mode, a completely unfamiliar page appeared on the dark display. The monitor is the kind of bulky CRT monitor that I tried. If it weren't for the room owner, it was too far behind the times. So it is basically certain that it should belong to the end of the 20th century. On the display is a plain English web page, but unfortunately Li Wei can't read it at all. Definitely, I still understand a little bit. He still understands https:// or something. According to the website on the computer, it is basically certain that the current time is after the 1990s, because the World Wide Web only began to appear in the 1990s. Although he doesn't know English, he can understand pictures. The entire web page has a color photo in addition to the English words that are the same as ghosts and pictures to Li Wei. There is a picture on it, a picture of a very beautiful woman. It was a very young-looking girl, a girl with long blonde hair and a gentle smile on her mouth. Carol Danvers, Western girl. Li Wei frowned slightly. Although he didn't know the words, he instinctively felt that this was a missing person notice. Although he doesn't understand English, he can still spell out English names and surnames. Carlos Inglesby. Carol Danworth. Searching for the little poor English name in his mind, Li Wei frowned even more when there was no matching name. I just felt that this woman should be very familiar. Could it be, I have traveled abroad? However, he did not remember that there was such a beautiful woman in his original world. Even those so-called stars are far worse than her. Clueless, Li Wei rubbed his temples with a headache, and was just about to get up to look at the situation outside the room. Suddenly, he noticed the picture frame on the bedside table that he had overlooked. Chapter 2, Fiancé Captain Marvel. Click. Picking up the photo frame, Li Wei was momentarily sluggish. Because there are two people in the photo in the frame. One of them is clearly the girl on the computer web page, and the other is himself. Snapped. Li Wei opened the door of the room with horror and joy, and even slammed the door indifferently. Then I started looking for mirrors all over the house. The first thing I thought of was the bathroom. Sure enough, there is a large mirror above the sink. Pick up the photo frame in your hand and look at yourself in the mirror again. After repeated confirmations, Li Wei discovered that the person in the mirror was indeed himself. Wearing. Not the soul wear. However, if you are wearing it, why do you have no memory? His memory clearly remained at the moment he died, and he even remembered the pain caused by being pierced into his body by the shards exploded by Samsung. However, there is no memory of living here. Because of past life memory determination. What? Snapped. The photo frame in his hand fell unconsciously on the bathroom floor and made a soft noise, but it was quickly covered by Li Wei's painful cry. Li Wei didn't know what happened, he only knew that his brain hurts, it hurts very much. It's as if something was forcibly stuffed in by someone, and the whole brain seemed to be messed up. My mind is blank, but there is still pain. As an ordinary person, maybe I have never felt this kind of pain in my life. Such severe pain only destroyed his psychological defense in an instant, and he could only passively accept it. If it's okay for a moment, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on to faint in the next moment. But this is continuous, he can't even faint at all. At first he still had the strength to howl, but in the end he didn't even have the strength to speak. After a while, the pain gradually increased to a peak, and then began to fade quickly. And Li Wei has already curled his head into a ball, his forehead is densely covered with sweat. However, he also had some unfamiliar and familiar memories. That is the memory of his life in this world. Also, the English that I learned in this world. Carol Danvers. Carol Danfoss. Li Wei struggled and sat up from the floor with a wry smile on his face. His poor English level made him mistranslate names. Carol Danfoss, how could he not recognize this name? Captain Marvel, a superhero in the Marvel world that made me think about it day and night. I tried to stand up with my palms on the ground, but I touched the frame that fell to the ground. Taking a look in front of him, the bitter smile on the corner of Li Wei's mouth became stronger. Not only a superhero, but also his girlfriend in this world. Or, the fiancé. Because they were already about to join hands in the palace of marriage, and have spent their lives together since then. It should be like this. Carol Danfoss, the super captain of the Marvel Universe, Captain Marvel. However, she was missing. Before that, Li Wei was still posting missing persons notices stupidly, thinking that something happened to Carol. In fact, something happened to her. Moreover, it is no longer on the Earth, it is in the distant Carrie star. Li Wei knows that the Carey Empire is one of the 3 alien empires, and that the home planet of the Carey people is in Hara in the Large Magellanic Cloud. However, just knowing these is of no use. Because he may not even be able to go out of the country, let alone the Earth, but also out of the Milky Way to the Large Magellanic Cloud. Li Wei has always been a Marvel fan, and must be familiar with the story of Marvel superhero. Carol's disappearance is not accidental. She came into contact with the energy light waves of aliens powering the quantum domain while performing the mission. And because of this, she has given her super ability far beyond ordinary people, and given her the foundation to become a superhero. But then, she was taken away by the Krees. Li Wei knew that Carol would be brainwashed by the Kree people in Kree, and use it as a weapon of war. Then, under the order of the accuser Ronan, he was born to death and grew into a powerful warrior. However, even if he knows everything, to save her now is undoubtedly hard to beat. He knew that his fiancée was taken away by others, and he also knew where she was caught. I know what she will encounter next. However, he can't do anything. All he knows is that Carol will return to Earth after all, just a few years from now. However, by that time, the Earth is already a matter of fact. Will Carol still remember himself after being washed away? Obviously not. Boom. Li Wei slammed a fist on the floor with anger, his hand bones aching. But he didn't care. Why did it happen like this? For the first time I traveled to my favorite Marvel world, and for the first time I have a girl I like, and I can step into the palace of marriage with her. 2 happy things overlap, and these 2 happiness will bring more joy, and the result should be a happy life like a dream. But why would it be like this? Knowing the plot has always been the privilege of the Traverser, giving the Traverser the opportunity to advance even 100 steps. However, knowing the plot is more like pain for Li Wei now. If he doesn't know anything, then he who is ignorant and ignorant may continue to be confused. It may be painful and perish. But it will not be as helpless as it is now. Save her. Must save her back. Li Wei raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was a little distorted. He knew that he was not strong enough to save Carol. However, he can become stronger. There is no shortage of ways to become stronger in the Marvel world. Camartage, Super Warrior Serum, Gamma Variation of Banner Bruce. Even if he would die because of this, he has a chance to become stronger. Yes, I still have a chance. Li Wei's eyes became firm. Marvel is a world with infinite possibilities. Since he can travel through this world, it is impossible to simply let him experience all the tragedies. He pressed his left hand hard on the ground, his body half forcefully supported him and wanted to stand up. The pain caused by the memory recovery just now made him feel weak, and Han Shui had already wetted his clothes. He now needs a bath to calm himself down. Anger and despair, all these emotions can't bring him any help. He must calm down. Patter dash. A crisp sound rang in the small bathroom, and Li Wei looked at the thing that had slipped on the floor from his pants pocket in a bit of amazement. That is a mobile phone, a Samsung mobile phone. It's just that the Samsung logo on this phone has been replaced by a bat, the familiar black bat blade. Asterisk. Chapter 3, Batman. Li Wei clearly remembered that he traveled by himself because of the explosion of this mobile phone. Could it be that this mobile phone brought him into this world? Goldfinger. Li Wei was stunned, thinking of a possibility. After all, the mobile phone has clearly exploded into fly ash. How could it still exist? It must be Goldfinger, right? Li Wei no longer supported his body to stand up. He was indeed a little weak and couldn't support it. However, the desire for Goldfinger and becoming stronger made him persevere. Sitting on the ground again, Li Wei hurriedly picked up the phone on the ground and started playing. No matter its appearance or feel, it is no different from his Samsung. Even if he accidentally dropped the phone on the ground because of a mistake, the crack in the broken phone was still there. However, Li Wei firmly believes that it is definitely not his mobile phone. Because, on the back of the phone, there is no Samsung in the place where the Samsung logo was printed. Instead, it is a very familiar bat symbol. The half meniscus-shaped wings and the 2 small horns on the head of the small bat are symmetrical. There is even an oval frame outside. How could Li Wei not recognize it? This is the symbol of the famous Batman in the DC universe. Beep. Suddenly, the phone screen suddenly lights up. The phone lock screen wallpaper that was supposed to appear did not appear, instead it was replaced by a line of words. Congratulations to the host for the perfect clearance of DC Heroes Smash Brothers and complete DC Heroes full dominance. Hereby, the host will get a chance to draw heroes for free. Any hero drawn can be drawn or summoned. DC Hero. Li Wei was so ecstatic that he couldn't help but surprise roar. Although the DC universe is not as famous as Marvel, it is not as famous as Marvel. But those who know a little bit know that the DC universe is messier than the Marvel universe. The heroes, all rushing to the super gods, accidentally got involved with the divine power of the universe. As for Marvel heroes, most of them are more down-to-earth, either mutation or technology. Compared to the combat power of the two universes, the DC universe will definitely not lose. Even stronger. Whether it is from the grassroots combat power or from the top combat power, DC will not lose to Marvel. The only difference is popularity. However, the real world does not care about your popularity at all. Strong is strong. If you draw directly to the supreme god of DC, that person who can roar draw can destroy the multi-universe. Roar. Li Wei's roar suck suddenly became rush, he couldn't imagine it. Definitely, just to think about it, after all, there is no such a god-defying character in the DC heroes he played. Beep. With a soft sound, Li Wei couldn't help but look at the phone screen. Anything is possible. Congratulations, a DC hero has been unlocked, extract or summon. Is it possible that this summoning can also summon the hero directly? Li Wei frowned, but a line of words popped up on the phone again. Extract. You can extract everything about the hero, including skills, equipment, life experience, settings, etc. Summon, allow the hero to appear in reality with 100% loyalty. So it's like this. Li Wei somewhat understood. Both methods have different benefits. Needless to say, the summoning is natural, as there are many people and powerful, and there is also a little brother who can be instructed at will. However, this drawback is also obvious. That's how awesome your little brother is, but it's not yourself either. Even if your little brother can destroy the world, you are still an ordinary person, the kind that can be killed by a single bullet. But extraction can extract everything about the DC hero. Whether it is super ability, or money, or even equipment. It's just that you should let me know which hero is unlocked before you can choose to extract or summon it. As soon as Li Wei's voice fell, the phone screen refreshed again. Congratulations, unlock the DC hero Batman. Batman. This is the leader of DC. Although his strength is average, his comprehensive skills are extremely powerful. He has brains, wisdom, proficient in various languages, fighting techniques, disguise. The key is to have money. I'm just an ordinary person now, so, extract. Huh. Li Wei didn't even think about it, and directly clicked on the phone screen. Choose to extract, and all Batman's abilities will be extracted. Boom. A burst of light burst out from the phone. Then, the light radiated into Li Wei's body all of a sudden. Batman transformation, start. At that moment, Li Wei only felt a warm current flowing all over his body. There was a tingling sensation in the muscles all over the body, as if it was a slight electric shock. But it was not uncomfortable. On the contrary, the tingling feeling made him feel a little refreshed. Moreover, Li Wei can clearly feel the changes in his body. He couldn't feel the obvious change in his figure, but when he opened his shirt, he could see which part of the abs. At the moment, it had already become 8 pieces. Even though he is still slightly thin today, others will only find out when he takes off his clothes. It turned out that there are huge amounts of energy hidden under that thin body. At the same time, Li Wei only felt a bit swelling in his head. Although it was far less painful than when Awakening remembered it before, it still made him feel a little uncomfortable. He knew that this was inputting himself some knowledge about Batman's combat, science, martial arts, and so on. Batman's physical fitness and strength, although he has never injected any messy super soldier serum, it is also not mutated, and there is no exoskeleton armor like Iron Man battle suit. But anyway, he can also hit 10 one by one. As for Li Wei, let alone his physical fitness, he can never beat 10. He is very self-aware in this regard. But now, he felt a strong sense of strength, and countless fighting moves. The transformation is complete, and the host successfully extracts Batman ability. Reward Batman suit Bat battle suit, Batman ability, Wayne Manor, Bat base, Wayne Group. Even Wayne Group can reward. This ability is reversible. In addition to Batman's originally ability, his most important super ability is naturally indispensable rich. Asterisk. Chapter 4, Wayne Manor. A Batman who has no money cannot be called a Batman at all. Any superhero that does not rely on mutation and technology must have enough money to support it. There is no doubt that the richest person in virtual history is Scrooge, who loses $1 billion per minute and must go bankrupt 600 years later. His assets are a full $3.154 billion. And Batman, of course, can't compare with it. Even the history of Stark Group is slightly worse. But no one can deny that his super ability is indeed rich. Li Wei has already seen his soaring wealth, and the Bat base, which is comparable to Marvel Iron Man. Batmobiles, Batmobiles, can be described as a collection of all vehicles that move on land, water, and air. Through a built-in computer control terminal, these mobile carriers can open the armor and achieve the so-called invisible effect by absorbing part of the reflection of light at night. Batman without a Bat base is incomplete. Now, I am the new Batman. Li Wei whistled, his whole body unspeakably confident. Ding! Unlocking the next hero requires the power of a hero. The power of a hero, defeat the hero in reality, it is automatically obtained. Seeing the prompt that popped up on the phone, Li Wei was slightly stunned. Heroic power. In other words, you need to defeat the heroes in Marvel before you can unlock the next DC hero. In 1989. Many of the heroes of Marvel weren't born, right? Even this guy with a big shit is probably still a kid, it's his father. The thought of Iron Man Tony Stark's daddy Howard Stark suddenly brightened Li Wei's mind. Right. Howard Stark, how did he forget this guy? If he wants to travel through the galaxy to rescue Captain Marvel, he should be the only spacecraft that can create a jumping wormhole. It can be said that Iron Man's battle suit was also promoted by him. This guy is a genius. Howard Stark created the Stark industry in his early years. He is also one of the participants and designers of the United States Rebirth Project Super Soldier, which successfully produced the United States Captain. Yes, Captain America can also be said to be created by him. After World War II, this guy helped to create S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America, it should be frozen now. Find Howard Stark first. Li Wei already has some plans in his heart. With his Bat base and Howard Stark, it shouldn't be difficult to build a spaceship. Moreover, if you contact him, you can find other superhero faster. Definitely, looking for sure, Stark will naturally not go directly like this. In this case, he would never see himself. Go to the Bat base first, there should be more advanced computers. Asking Li Wei to use a computer in the 1980s to find information is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The most important thing now is to receive Batman's assets and receive his own identity. He put the phone in his pocket like a handsome man, then put on a windbreaker, took the door and went out. This apartment has spent all his and Carol's savings. Originally, he and Carol should have married and had children here for a lifetime. But now, the Marvel woman is no longer there. So, Li Wei doesn't want to stay here, it doesn't make any sense. Since Carol is gone, let this apartment be sealed up. He is going out now. Taxi. After calling a taxi on the street and reporting the address to the driver, Li Wei went straight to the place where Wayne Manor was located. Because Gotham City does not belong to Batman's personal assets, Gotham City cannot be realized either. Therefore, the system thoughtfully placed Wayne Manor in Malibu, west of Los Angeles. Moreover, the Bat battlesuit and everything are also there. To be precise, it was at the Bat base. In 1989, Li Wei softly pressed his temples and began to think about what heroes he could find in this era. Captain America aside, he is still frozen in the North Pole. The North Pole is so big, it is not easy to find him, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. So, sure enough, do we still have to contact the local forces? After all, if it is S.H.I.E.L.D., it is naturally easy to find some heroes. Soon, the car arrived in Malibu. Malibu, one of the richest cities in Los Angeles. Moreover, this is a paradise for the rich. Here, there are a large number of wealthy villas. And Wayne Manor is no exception. Wayne Manor is close to the sea, on a sandy beach by the sea. This is a private beach with a 5-kilometer coastline, covering an area of more than 20 square kilometers along the coast. Now, it also belongs to Li Wei. I have to say that it is a miracle to be able to occupy such a large land in Malibu. Although the manor does not replace the land with existing buildings, it can only be realized in those temporarily unowned land. But these unowned lands are also owned by Wayne Manor. Moreover, all legal procedures should have absolute legal effects. But this is also due to the fact that it is still early, it was only the end of the 80s. Although Malibu is still famous, many places have not been well developed. So, let Li Wei take advantage of it. Wayne Manor is centered on a cliff as a whole, and then expands backwards around the time. The land covers an area of up to 20 square kilometers, all of which are enclosed by walls, and include more than 100 square kilometers of private sea. Wayne Manor is very large, even the land area is even larger than the average small town. When the taxi driver came to Wayne Manor along a 1-kilometer private road, he even wondered if he had gone wrong. You know, trespassing in private territory in the United States is a very serious crime. Even the homeowner has the right to kill them on the spot. As a result, after halfway through, the taxi driver was reluctant to move on anyway, and then he was surprised to watch Li Wei walk into the rich man's manor. He couldn't believe that the young man who had just sat next to him actually came from this high place. Li Wei was helpless, he could only pay the fare, and walk towards his home. Master Li Wei, welcome back. A well-dressed old man in a black housekeeper's suit is standing at the gate and waiting. A polite old man is always easy to get people's favor. Just like people's impression of the best housekeeper, Alfred is totally worthy of this image. Alfred has served the Wayne family all his life and is loyal, and it is not surprising that he is included in Batman's personal assets. Li Wei's mood was agitated, but he suppressed the excitement forcibly, just nodding lightly. Even if, on the way here, he has already proved that what the phone gives is true. But all this, only when he really sees it will he feel more excited. Rich. Batman is really rich. However, they are all their own now. Li Wei was quite satisfied with the selection of the first hero. Then, let me see my bat base. Li Wei is already a little impatient and wants to take a look at his assets. Chapter 5, Bat Base. Master Li Wei, please come here. Alfred bowed slightly, half a position behind but constantly pointed out the direction for Li Wei, because this manor was bought recently, it has not been fully developed yet. But you can rest assured that the house is ready. Yes, Wayne Manor is big though. But there are not many real buildings, the only building is on the cliff. The cliff here is a huge rock layer with a very stable overall structure and solid geology. On the cliff, there is a built-in all-glass sea view room. Moreover, one can understand at a glance that this is not the technology that the current era should have. The ocean view room faces the sea as a whole and has an excellent view of more than 150 degrees. Although it is just a house, the technological content contained in it is definitely not small. Standing in front of huge amounts of glass windows, facing the sea. Watching Li Wei walk up to the glass, Alfred said, "Glass is a seamless ring-shaped tempered glass. Those stupid workers still want to use the segmented glass, but I stopped it." Li Wei didn't speak, although he didn't know this well. But he also knows that the segmented type is 10 times cheaper than the seamless one. And the effect is almost the same, because the gap caused by the segmented type is almost invisible. Definitely, it's all free, so naturally you want to use the best. Not far from the cliff, a 100-meter walkway extending from the coastline has a private port at the end. Although he has never lived such an extravagant life, Li Wei also knows that it is used to more yachts. Master, because the water depth is only 35 meters, we can only build a small and medium port. As if feeling Li Wei's gaze, Alfred bent down a little ashamed, with a hint of guilt on his face. Li Wei's mouth twitched slightly, in fact, he felt it was enough. Small and medium-sized ports are not enough. Are you going to use them to berth 10,000-ton ships? Master, please hear. Alfred respectfully led Li Wei to the elevator and explained, there is a parking lot underground, the second floor is for entertainment facilities, and the third floor is a housing area. Everyone else is a garage, you are simply a parking lot. But fortunately, Li Wei is already numb, a little extravagant, there is nothing wrong with it. Go to the -3rd floor. Li Wei nodded slightly, then ordered. Okay, master. Alfred nodded respectfully, without the slightest opinion. On the bright side, the villa has only 3 negative floors, because the negative floor is the basement, which is used to store sundries. The second floor was built into a small aquarium. The side facing the sea is made of all glass, and the state of marine life is observed in the original ecology. And the last, unknown -3rd floor is the bat cave. Crack. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the huge, fully enclosed underground base with a height of 20 meters was greeted by the eyes. The area in front of it is far beyond the area of the villa. There is no doubt that this is expanding to the land side. However, compared to the villa area, the bat cave is a bit empty. In fact, there are not many other things besides a bat chariot on the shelf of the bat battle suit. Definitely, the necessary laboratories and arsenals are still available. Where are the fighters? Li Wei looked at the old man next to him with some doubts. According to the truth, the Batman should also be considered Batman's asset. In fact, the Bat Fighter also has the Bat Helicopter and the Bat Jet in the hangar. Alfred's face remained unchanged, and he bent slightly, and those are on the other side behind us. After a pause, Alfred continued, in addition, the Batboat is in the sea due to file size problems. If you need it, we can take a parallel elevator to go there. All right. Li Wei sighed helplessly. Although he seemed to have replaced Batman, he still couldn't understand the extravagant life of the rich. However, this is not something that can be solved overnight. Slowly adapt. Anyway, I have money now, and other problems are not a problem. Li Wei sat on the recliner in the living room, with a laptop on his lap that obviously did not meet the technological requirements of this era. You know, in this era, heavy CRT monitors are still commonly used. Although it is more advanced in technology than the world where he was originally located, the difference is only a few years. At this time, LCD liquid crystal displays have not appeared yet. And the appearance of a notebook in this era is definitely full of disobedience. What Li Wei is doing now is to use his own Wayne Group's unique satellite to conduct investigations. The technology owned by the Wayne Group has to be 20 years ahead of the times, even the History Stark Group is now limited by the times and slightly behind. It can be said that Li Wei now has the upper hand. To find a superhero, it is naturally not so easy for one person. So he wanted to work with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, working with S.H.I.E.L.D. is not always so pleasant. He doesn't want to be used by S.H.I.E.L.D. as a superhero, but wants to control S.H.I.E.L.D. in a detached attitude. Definitely, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. has not changed its name. Today's S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded on the basis of the former Strategic Science Reserve Department of World War II. As for the name, it has not been changed yet, it is called Strategic Science Corps, and the abbreviation is still SSR. It will not be renamed until 2 years later Strategic Dangerous Intervention and Espionage Logistics Department. 14 years later, it will be named National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. As for Li Wei, he intends to speed up this process. There are 3 founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Colonel Chester Phillips, Peggy Carter Agent, and Howard Stark. Among them, the most accessible breach is undoubtedly Howard. Because he is a pure scientist. It looks like I underestimated S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Wei whispered, put down the computer and stretched lazily. Originally, he wanted to directly hack into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network to steal information. After all, with technology that has surpassed this world for more than 2 decades, he thinks it's easy. However, he failed. The database of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the firewall was written by Howard himself. Although the world as a whole is only a few years ahead of the willing world line. But Howard Stark, this guy's technology, can definitely lead the world for more than 20 years. Just like his son Tony Stark, an Iron Man battlesuit also leads the world for decades. Therefore, he not only failed the invasion but was also discovered. If he hadn't cut off the network in time, I'm afraid Howard Shunteng would find him here. This time, I really stole the chicken without losing the rice. Then, you can only contact S.H.I.E.L.D. head-on. Li Wei rubbed his temples with a headache. He originally wanted to invade the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. Using the technology that has been leading the world for 20 years, and then without knowing it, cheating in the database, creating a false mystery department, and then writing his own identity. Then, he can join S.H.I.E.L.D. and even take control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately, I made a mistake. Then, all that is left is to take the initiative and make some movement to make S.H.I.E.L.D. notice him. Then, take the opportunity to join it. Asterisk. Chapter 6, Be Low-Key, Be a Hero, Be Open. Sitting in the bat base, Li Wei was lost in thought. In other words, in his mind, he recalled some important plots of Marvel about S.H.I.E.L.D. According to the plot, Dr. Anim Zola should have died of cancer in 1972. But he did not really die. Instead, he digitized the consciousness of the self-service machine and transferred it to the most advanced supercomputer of the same era. Middle. From that time on, Dr. Zola has been making suggestions and providing intelligence for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal Hydra agent. The most important of these is the Insight Plan, an algorithm used to identify potential threats to Hydra's interests. In other words, since 1972, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been battered by HYDRA. 17 years have passed, and Hydra will only become more ingrained. Hydra, now the most powerful enemy of the United States. It is also the main opponent of Marvel's early Premier League. According to the timeline, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. director should still be Alexander Pierce. According to the calculation of the Cyclops Nick Fury, according to Captain Marvel, it should be just a young man in his 20s. In other words, it's not the comic timeline. Nick Fury is not the one who lived from World War II to the present, but really only in his 20s. After all, Nick Fury is a superhero. After all, he is a one-eyed man. However, he hasn't been blinded yet. He can only be regarded as an ordinary agent. So, in other words, defeating him won't get the power of a hero. At least you have to wait for him to be blind and become the real power of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alfred. Li Wei clarified the plot in his mind and shouted, "Do we have any cooperation with Stark Industries?" "Actually, no, sir." At Li Wei's request, Alfred had to change his name to Mr. Master, and said softly, "We and Stark Industries are in a competitive relationship. Wayne Group and Stark Industries are both weapons research and development companies, and the military is both of us. Big customer. And obviously, none of us wants to give up this customer. Although our weapons are much more advanced than Hanmer Industries, it is a pity that we don't have much advantage over Stark Industries. Therefore, our relationship is very poor, and it can be said that the situation is the same." Alfred shrugged, with a slightly strange expression. "As for cooperation, sir, I don't think there is anything worthy of cooperation between the two arms research and development groups." Li Wei nodded slightly and agreed. Companions are enemies, and this is the same in every world. History. Stark Industry has always been a pure military industry enterprise before transforming into energy. Although the Wayne Group has a broader scope, there is no doubt that most of the Wayne Group's interests also come from military orders. However, in this way, he would have no reason to visit Howard in an open manner. Sure enough, can't it be low-key? Then, prepare it for me. Li Wei stood up slowly. "The Bat Fighter is ready, I'm going out for a stroll." "Okay, sir." Alfred bowed slightly and took 2 steps back to make the final preparations. Although the Bat Fighter can go away when it is turned on, there are still some details that need to be dealt with, and the butler Alfred needs to do it. For example, open the passage from the basement to the outside. Otherwise, there is no way for the Bat Fighter to get out. Crack. After finishing wearing the Bat battle suit, Li Wei took a deep breath and slowly got on his own fighter plane. I have to say that the first time he became a superhero or something, he was still a little nervous. Well, although he went out this time, he just wanted to do things, not to do good things without leaving a name. The Bat Chariot has the most advanced technology of this era, not one of them. Even Stark, there is absolutely no technology comparable to the Bat Chariot. However, Li Wei didn't plan to go out in a Bat Chariot. Because it doesn't make sense. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Bat Chariot can only be regarded as a peculiar shape. Unless Li Wei prepares to launch missiles with a Bat Chariot on the street. Otherwise, although it can attract the attention of others, it is not enough to make people call the police. And if the missile is launched for no reason, it is illegal. At that time, it will be more troublesome. Therefore, it is better to go out directly with the bat fighter. Because of this, it seems arrogant enough. I have to say that the bat fighter and the S.H.I.E.L.D future Quinn-style fighter have some similarities. They are all kind of stealth fighters with extremely high technology. However, the bat fighter is more compact. And driving a bat fighter with such a peculiar shape, it will even be considered an alien invasion. Therefore, the alarm is affirmative. Whoosh! A very strange black fighter plane flew into the air along the coastline of Los Angeles. Suddenly, the whole United States was alarmed. Because now, it's daytime. Los Angeles, street. Al is a reporter, a shabby reporter. In fact, he hasn't eaten a full meal for several days. In the entire company, he has the worst performance. The other colleagues are all filming the lace news of those little stars, and adding some polish to people can increase the sales volume. However, Al is unlucky. He simply couldn't find any opportunity to shoot those female stars. But once, he finally ran up to a big star and took a few photos. Then, he was beaten by the star's bodyguard. Even his camera was also broken. In fact, he has been in a row for several months, no useful photos have been taken. After all, there are not so many new things and enough sensational news all the time in the world. The problem is that if he does not find some pictures that can cause a sensation, he will be fired from the company. The company does not support idlers. On this day, as usual, Al bought a hamburger with a small amount of money and squatted at the intersection with his camera. He needed to find some useful lace materials to maintain his job. He was so hungry that he didn't even have the strength to hold on. Oh! God! What is that? While Al was eating his burger hungry, there was a group of passers-by who were constantly alarming roar. Al ignored it, because he was really hungry, he just ate his hamburger. Until, a shadow of huge amounts of slowly struck from behind, and instantly enveloped him. Al was a little stunned, because he found himself under this layer of shadow. The whole sky is a bit dark. And not far away, the sun was pouring wanton on the road. Chapter 7, Nick Fury. Oh shit, what is this? Roar was shocked by countless people. Is that an alien? Are aliens going to invade the Earth? Call the police. Call the police. The crowd on the side had begun to panic. Some picked up their phones to call the police, while others screamed and wanted to flee the scene. And Al, he just raised his head quietly. Then he saw a behemoth, just like a legendary spaceship. No, maybe it shouldn't be said to be a behemoth. Compared to other airplanes, this peculiar flight can only be regarded as petite. However, this plane is hovering above him at the moment. Oh, God. Al's mouth widened exaggeratedly, and he was certain that he hadn't found any propellers. After all, according to people's common sense, hovering can only be achieved by relying on the propeller of a helicopter. However, no. Click. The hamburger in Al's hand fell to the ground, and he didn't even think about picking it up. Because he has more important things to do. Big news. This is definitely big news. Crack. After a short daze, Al reacted, excitedly picked up the camera hanging around his neck, pointed it at the strangely shaped flight machine in front of him, and then went crazy shooting. He doesn't care what aliens invade the Earth, he only knows that if he can't find any useful news, he will starve to death in the streets. And now, a godsend opportunity is in front of him. In any case, he will not let it go. More than a decade later, Al said to his son with some rejoicing, "Child, you should be thankful that the mobile phone did not have the function of shooting more than a decade ago, so your father and my camera became the only person who captured that fighter. Otherwise, I'm starving to death, and you won't be born. Definitely, that's all for a while. Moreover, it has nothing to do with Li Wei. He is just showing off like a gentleman in downtown Los Angeles, and in broad daylight. Exposing the bat fighter to the people in an open manner. He needs exposure and attention." Then he was waiting. Wait until those passers-by call the police. Beep. 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 The alarm of passers-by is still effective, not to mention the city center. So soon, a dozen police cars swarmed from all directions, blocking all the nearby streets in an instant. If there are criminals here, basically they can't escape. However, fighter planes are used to fly. It's finally here. The police in the 1990s were really inefficient. Li Wei was a little impatient while waiting, and complained angrily. After all, according to his vision, these police officers should come sooner. Since all are here, then follow me. An open and confident smile appeared at the corner of Li Wei's mouth, and then, driving the fighter plane, he flew along the road towards his manor. No way, these policemen can't fly. If they don't slow down, they won't be able to catch up even if they drive a police car. After more than an hour of long-distance pursuit, the number of police cars has doubled. More than 60 police cars followed behind the Bat fighter, as mighty as a convoy. Finally, came to Malibu. And, watching the Bat fighter, flew into the Wayne Manor enclosed by the wall. Squeak here. The brakes of slippery tires sounded one after another, and dozens of police cars stopped outside the gate of Wayne Manor. However, these policemen stared at each other, and they dared not move forward one by one. "Sheriff, let's go in and capture the prisoner." A fledgling young policeman looked excited, because he would be able to catch the legendary alien immediately. "Catch Nima." The sheriff on the side slapped it with an angry slap, and roared, "Didn't you see where this is? This is Marbury. People who can live here are either rich or expensive. You can afford to be a little policeman." But he broke the law. The young policeman clutched his swollen face and said aggrievedly, "Breaking the law? Who saw him breaking the law?" The sheriff became even more angry, and in his anger, there was a hint of helplessness hidden. He just drove his own private plane over the city. Which law did he break? Not to mention that he didn't break the law at all. Even if he did, this kind of rich person is not something we can afford. The United States police may not have other skills, and the ability to handle cases may also be average. However, they still have the ability to assess the situation. Especially for the rich, they know that they must never mess with it. Because the United States is a democratic country. And this kind of democracy may not be obvious to ordinary people. Moreover, there is even racial discrimination. However, for the rich native to the United States, that is absolute democracy. Not only is it democratic, but it is also very tolerant. Even if you know that the other party has broken the law or committed other crimes. However, as long as there is not a complete chain of evidence to convict him, it is almost impossible. Even the police, if they break into private houses. Although they will not be killed on the spot, they will also bear certain legal responsibilities. After all, the United States has extremely strict protection of private property. Therefore, these police officers had clearly arrived outside Wayne Manor, but one or two of them did not dare to enter at all. They can only report this matter and let their superiors send higher-level personnel to talk about it. Maybe the CIA, the FBI, or S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is far from being as transcendent as it will be in the future, both in terms of ideology and reality. However, it also belongs to an organization with certain privileges in the United States. Alfred. Li Wei shook the tall wine glass in his hand and looked at the police officers outside like a monkey show through the large surveillance screen. "Gentlemen." The gray-haired but still vigorous old housekeeper bowed slightly, with a respectful and natural attitude. "We have guests arriving, so let's meet them." Li Wei chuckled and ordered. He has become a little obsessed with the life he is now. He once heard that the President of the United States used satellite to watch the live broadcast during the Vietnam War. And now, it is not that difficult for him to achieve this level. The other side. "Nick Agent, this is information about Li Wei, the owner of Wayne Manor. Get in the car quickly. You can see these on the road." Maybe it's providence or coincidence, the future S.H.I.E.L.D. director, the Black Cyclops Nick Fury, is now in Los Angeles. Although his position is not very high now, he is not regarded as the highest person in charge of the Los Angeles area. However, on the action team, his rank is the highest. Asterisk. Chapter 8, The S.H.I.E.L.D. Director of the Future. Clear. Nick Fury, the future S.H.I.E.L.D. director, the Black Cyclops received the information from the Black Agent, then got on a black Chevrolet and drove towards Malibu. He is a little fat now, looks very young, and does not have the boldness of a future S.H.I.E.L.D. director. At least, the eyes are not blind yet. Well, I haven't been blinded by that orange cat, which can actually swallow a planet. It seems unremarkable, just like the tens of millions of blacks in the United States. Name, Li Wei. Sex, male. Age, 27 years old. Nick looked at the information about Li Wei in his hand with interest. Graduated from Princeton University and studied biology, physics, mathematics, engineering, geography, theology, history, etc. At the age of 10, Li Wei's parents were killed by gangsters. At the age of 11, Li Wei started training. 21 years old, received a degree in criminology, law, computer, chemistry, and engineering. Over the past 10 years, Li Wei has taught himself to be proficient in 15 languages of different countries and invited famous martial arts tutors from all over the world to teach him fighting. During this period, he has trained more than 100 fighting skills. At the age of 23, he has mastered the ability to adapt to all environments, is familiar with the security system, and can use various blindfold methods. At the age of 24, he took a 1-year absence from school and went to Africa with an unknown purpose. At the age of 25, he received higher degrees in biology, physics, high-level chemistry and engineering. 26 years old, studied law, medicine, high-level computer engineering. Nick Fury looked at the 10 big pages in his hand, full of various deeds of Li Wei since childhood, clearly. Nick's head is big. Because it's unscientific. How old is this talent? 27 years old. At the age of 27, he obtained a degree in more than a dozen college subjects, and he taught himself to be proficient in more than a dozen different languages. Not only that, but he is also proficient in hundreds of fighting techniques. This is not something that can be done simply by having the ability. It can be said that what this man has done has almost exceeded the limit of human beings. Oh shit, this information must be fake. The first reaction Nick suspected was that he had taken the wrong information, and it wasn't the 27-year-old guy who had the juice. It should be the profile of a 40 or 50-year-old rich man. But instead, he denied it himself. As a shield, he knew it very well. For these wealthy people, all departments of the United States have always been readily available. In order to be able to quickly respond to surveys when needed again, to study the personality characteristics and hobbies of these people. For example, Li Wei, the information stated that he is an absolute rationalist, so he never drinks. Because in the final analysis, the United States serves these rich people. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D in the future, they cannot even the United States government, but there is still a council on it. Why? Because these councils are rich people. Some of the funds allocated by S.H.I.E.L.D are all regulated by these people. A penny stumps a hero, not to mention a lot of money. Therefore, the information in his hand is either true or it has been tampered with. Nick Fury's reason told himself that he should have been tampered with. However, his instinct tells him this is true. This guy named Li Wei may be terrible. Nick Fury feels contradictory now, he must see the person as soon as possible to be sure. This person, he is a little interested. S.H.I.E.L.D agents are quite capable nowadays. At the same time, Li Wei was also looking at his information in his villa. The difference is that Nick Fury's is a paper version, while he uses a computer to view it. However, these things should be forcibly inserted. Li Wei looked at the Batman logo mobile phone in his hand with a headache. He was just an ordinary person yesterday, and it is impossible to have such complicated information. Therefore, this can only be in effect after replacing Batman. However, this is not the point. The point is that this information looks a bit exaggerated. However, in Marvel, this is not a problem. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Wei's mouth. It took Master Batman decades to reach this level, and at best he only got it with a slight pain in his head. I have to say that this feeling is quite subtle. If you insist, just one word, cool. At least this resume is quite perfect, more perfect than any superhero in Marvel. And outside the manor, dozens of police cars are still surrounded. The police did not dare to enter the manor without a search warrant, and they did not dare to issue a search warrant at all. Because once a search warrant is issued, they will only be unlucky at that time. A few hours later, when the policemen were struggling and wondering what to do, the future S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Cyclops Nick Fury, finally arrived. "Sir, you are finally here." A police chief hurried to greet him as if he saw a savior, and tears almost flowed out. "Can any of you tell me what the situation is now?" Nick Fury said faintly, his eyes swept across the policemen, which made them feel cold all over. Although he is still young, Nick has shown sufficient deterrence. However, These policemen look at me and I look at you, but they are embarrassed and no one speaks. Because they don't know what the situation is. They didn't even dare to enter the manor, even if the gate of the manor was wide open. However, their feet were as if they were filled with lead, they couldn't move at all, because the back of the door gave them a terrible feeling. Asterisk. Chapter 9, The One-Eyed Man is not blind yet. Nick Fury immediately understood that these policemen looked, they couldn't count on it anymore. But it just so happened that he didn't have much hope in the first place. Go. Nick made a gesture, led the black-clothed agents behind him, and then began to walk toward the manor mightily. Mr. Fury. Alfred stood in front of the open door, bowed slightly. Mr. Li Wei is already waiting for you, please follow me. Nick Fury nodded lightly, seemingly not surprised that the other party could know his identity. Definitely, there must be a little surprise. However, he can control his emotions well. These rich people will have a certain intelligence network more or less, even the staff within the government may be their people. Even if they are not their people, they will have a cooperative relationship with them. Being able to find out his identity is just a phone call. However, this also illustrates the energy of the owner of this manor from the side. Nick Fury is not a person who sits and waits for death, so he is ready to take the initiative and grasp the initiative to obtain intelligence. With a gentle smile on his face, the black man said softly, "This old gentleman, how do you call Roar?" Before he came, he had read the information of everyone in Wayne Manor, and he naturally knew the identity of the old housekeeper in front of him. However, sometimes it's not that you can't ask if you know it. This is a conversation technique. Alfred Pennyworth. The old housekeeper had a smile on his face, "Just call me the housekeeper." Mr. Butler. Nick Fury nodded slightly, but his heart sank. He knows very well that this old man who looks very kind and makes people feel good about it easily and involuntarily, under his seemingly old body, what a huge amount of energy is hidden. Alfred Pennyworth, an excellent agent of the former MI6 of the Ing State Intelligence Agency, had participated in World War II. However, after the end of World War II, he resigned from MI6. Originally he wanted to be a housekeeper, but at his father's will, he came to the United States and became the housekeeper of the Wayne family. Although the old man is old, Nick Fury has no doubt about his strength. Any agent is worthy of attention, especially those who have participated in World War II. Even if he is old, Nick can feel the threat of him. He has reason to believe that if he and others have any unruly intentions, if they are more than a dozen of them, they will all be brought down by this old man alone. Evil capitalism. After walking a full 2 or 3 kilometers, they walked from the gate where the wall was located to the bottom of the cliff where the villa was located. Even Nick Fury can't help feeling resentment and jealousy at the moment in his heart. Wayne Manor, which covers an area of more than 20 square kilometers, is really too big. Nick knows very well that many people like to do this. Let them, visitors, walk a long way before seeing the owner, and spend 10 minutes, firstly, to kill their patience. The second reason is to make them feel dissatisfied, so that they have an absolute advantage psychologically. In this way, the initiative can be better controlled in the negotiation. Crack. More than a dozen people got on the elevator, but they didn't feel crowded at all. It is even wider than the elevator in the hospital. As a result, some small emotions arose in the hearts of these agents. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor because it was a meeting area. The 3rd floor below is the guest room area, with enough rooms reserved for guests. The meeting area needs to be more solemn. When necessary, parties can also be held here. Walking out of the elevator, Nick saw the men sitting on the sofa at a glance. Very young. Even being too young, a trace of surprise flashed in Nick's eyes, but his good psychological quality quickly eliminated this surprise. However, he was still a little jealous. Because the man in front of him is not only young but also looks very handsome. This is a bit unbearable. Rich, young, handsome, my God. Nick held his forehead, some felt a headache, such a character, he felt a little tricky. However, Roar still has to be played. Mr. Li Wei. Nick Fury deliberately pretended to be relaxed, lowered his posture, and greeted him with a smile on his face. And his eyes are observing. Observing Li Wei's expression, observing everything around him. But in the end, his gaze stayed on the goblet in Li Wei's hand. The red liquid, exuding a mellow aroma, is red wine. Damn it, doesn't the information say that he doesn't drink? Nick Fury wanted to scold his mother at the time, and couldn't help getting angry. Although drinking or not drinking is a trivial matter, it occupies a crucial factor when analyzing a person's character. According to the information, Li Wei never drinks, because it is a copy of Batman's information. So, based on this wrong information, Nick concluded that this person is an absolutely sensible person. Because alcohol can paralyze people's nerves, and only those who want to stay sane at all times can. But it's different now, because he drank. So, the previous analysis based on Li Wei's absolute reason is completely invalid. Nick Fury, hello. Li Wei stood up, stretched out his hand to shake hands with the black man in front of him, showing a bright smile. Smiling on the surface, MMP in my heart. That's it. The phone did not respond, indicating that Nick Fury is not a one-eyed man. The phone will not give him any opportunity to exploit loopholes and cheat. At the very least, it won't work until Nick Fury is blind and defeats him. However, although there is no response. But who knows if he can gain heroic power if he defeats him now. Anyway, try yourself and you won't suffer. Moreover, it happens to be a test of your own ability. Drink water. Li Wei took a glass of boiled water and handed it to Nick Fury, with a gentle smile on his face. Thanks. Nick Fury hesitated slightly, took it politely, and took a sip. Mr. Li Wei. Nick Fury had a formulaic smile on his face, and he just wanted to say something. But the next moment, he felt a powerful force coming from his hand. At that moment, Nick Fury's face changed because he knew it was bad. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Nick Fury's figure was instantly thrown to the ground by Li Wei over the shoulder. Thump. The future S.H.I.E.L.D. director fell head over heels. The sudden attack made Nick not react at all. When he reacted, a sharp pain had spread throughout his body, even paralyzing his body and nerves, making him immobile. And his glass that was supposed to be broken, at the moment is being held in his hand by Li Wei. Puff. Wow. Li Wei has the power and is not forgiving, punching Nick Fury hard in the lower abdomen. The severe pain made Nick not even have the strength to scream, and immediately spit out a mouthful of clear water. Is the water just drunk just for this moment? Asterisk. Chapter 10, Coercion. A minute later, a large area of the reception hall was already lying down. The white-haired old butler on the side had a calm expression and handed Li Wei a handkerchief very intimately. Da-da. The sound of shoes stepping on the ground was so crisp, but it was like slaps Nick Fury on the face with loud slaps, filling his heart with aggrieved feelings. He didn't understand until now, why did he do it well. However, Nick has already verified the fact that the information Li Wei got is true. All of the martial arts masters written above are true. He just felt the strength of the opponent from the bottom of his heart. But Li Wei didn't care what he was thinking, he just took out his phone and took a look. Sure enough, there was no response. In other words, it was a waste of time. Li Wei sighed quietly, wasting his energy. The agents who were beaten on the ground were even more aggrieved. Even if you hit someone, you still sigh. Do you think they are not enough to fight against you, or do you look down on them? Take me to your headquarters. Li Wei walked slowly to Nick Fury and said lightly. However, facing Li Wei's indifferent tone, Nick Fury almost didn't get angry. You beat them half to death when you meet, just for this. The headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. has never been a secret, whether it is the Strategic Science Corps, which has not yet been renamed, or the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics in the future. It may be confidential for ordinary people, but for rich people, the headquarters of any department is public. Definitely, although headquarters is public, the address is different. Li Wei checked the famous Sankei headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, but there is no one now. That place is still just a small island in the river. Why don't you go directly? After finally regaining some strength, Nick Fury looked at him strangely. Li Wei was silent suddenly, then punched Nick Fury in the lower abdomen, and said lightly, take me there. I take. Nick Fury nodded quickly and said yes, with a distorted expression on his lower abdomen with one hand. It was completely painful. This kind of person can't be described with common sense. He must have been so embarrassed and angry just now, right? Must be. Very well, let's go. Li Wei finally smiled, nodded in satisfaction, grabbed Nick Fury by the collar, and lifted him from the ground. Then walked slowly towards the elevator. Nick Fury clutched his abdomen and walked slowly towards the elevator. Originally he thought Li Wei would take him to the garage, so he originally planned to remind Li Wei that S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters is in New York. However, he saw the elevator slowly stop at the -3rd floor. Nick Fury's pupils shrank suddenly and looked at the elevator buttons. He was sure that there was no -3 button there, only the -2 floor. However, although he had doubts in his heart, he just didn't ask. Because Nick Fury knows that the more wrong words are said, and the more questions are more likely to be beaten. Just like just now, Li Wei can easily become irritated. On the way he came, he thought that such a person was absolutely sensible, and he was really blind. However, as soon as he stepped into the -3rd floor, he looked at all this before him, his eyes widened for an instant, and his mouth became dirty. I forgot about being beaten by Li Wei just now. Because all this in front of me is really too exaggerated. Holy shit. Gosh, what did I see? The dozen or so agents upstairs were forgotten by him. Now Nick just wants to take a good look at this high-tech -3rd floor. How does this look like a basement? This is clearly a small base. You know, the Strategic Science Corps has always been supported by the great inventor S.H.I.E.L.D, and technology has always been ahead of the outside world for several years or even more than a decade. Therefore, the agents of the Strategic Science Corps have always maintained a sense of superiority to the outside world. But now, this sense of superiority has disappeared. He doesn't know if S.H.I.E.L.D can do this, but he only knows that this base alone seems to be countless times taller than his own Strategic Science Corps. This is only the part he saw, and what he didn't see. Nick Fury couldn't help but swallowed, his eyes constantly shining. Go, boarding. Li Wei kicked Nick's ass impatiently, and then walked straight to the Bat fighter parked on the other side. And Nick Fury also followed suit at the same time, but his eyes flowed in every corner of the base from time to time. Nick Fury is not a genius, but he also knows the most basic math. The area of the hall he saw now was already several times that of the variable building. Moreover, it is conceivable that such an advanced base cannot have only such a hall. I took Nick Fury on the Bat fighter, but it didn't start instantly. Li Wei just hugged his chest and looked at the person who felt like a hillbilly. Comrade S.H.I.E.L.D. director in the future. Mr. Li Wei, what's the matter? Nick Fury was stared at by that inexplicable gaze, and he couldn't help feeling a little cold, and then he just happened to meet Li Wei's indifferent eyes, a little embarrassed, and asked nonchalantly. Address. Oh. Nick quickly reacted, Manhattan, New York. Nick has no guilt at all for betraying the old nest of the Strategic Science Corps. After all, he didn't resist ability at all. When the time comes, just say it was coerced. What's more, it was only a rich man who brought him past, not a terrorist. Well, should it be? Nick looked at the high-tech fighter plane full of science fiction with some uncertainty, and couldn't help swallowing. Manhattan. Li Wei turned on the automatic navigation and driving function of the fighter, but was lost in thought. He remembered that S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters is in the Washington area, right? Why was it still in Manhattan 20 years ago? Manhattan. Li Wei's expression froze. He remembered that it seemed that the Stark Group building was also in Manhattan. The Strategic Science Corps was originally funded by S.H.I.E.L.D, and it has been so for so many years. And what high-tech S.H.I.E.L.D has, it is also the first time to support the Strategic Science Corps. And the reason why S.H.I.E.L.D was squeezed away in the future, wouldn't it be because of S.H.I.E.L.D's building? It seems that it is very possible. Mr. Li Wei, can you take the liberty to ask? After observing the small warplane cabin, Nick Fury couldn't help but asked a little curiously, how many years is Wayne Group's technology ahead of the outside world? This question is actually not a taboo. Even for businessmen, this is a compliment. Because technology that can surpass the times can often bring them a lot of benefits and reputation. Probably 20 or 30 years. Li Wei said indifferently, and his heart moved, but the thought of talking with Nick Fury suddenly came up. So, why not directly unite with the one-eyed S.H.I.E.L.D. director, to establish S.H.I.E.L.D. in advance? Well, if Nick Fury can be good now, it should be easy to control the entire S.H.I.E.L.D, right? Thinking about this, Li Wei couldn't help showing a kind smile. The one who controls the S.H.I.E.L.D horse, he likes it the most. Nick Fury was somewhat straight-haired by Li Wei's eyes. He didn't even know that his fate has been doomed. Asterisk. Chapter 11, Shocking Bullets Kicking Flying. Strategic Science Corps Headquarters in Manhattan, New York. On this day, the Strategic Science Corps welcomed a new special guest. Definitely, their attitude towards this uninvited guest is not friendly. However, even if the attitude is no longer friendly, they cannot respond quickly. Even though satellite global surveillance is now available, the ground facilities are still a bit too rudimentary. Therefore, they couldn't find the Bat fighter flying at supersonic speed at all. By the time they found out, the Bat fighter was already hovering on the top platform of the headquarters building. In fact, there is a helicopter platform on top of most tall buildings. Is this here? When Nick Fury got off the Bat fighter, he felt quite unreal. Because it took them less than an hour from Los Angeles, the westernmost point of the United States, to New York, the easternmost point. And know that the straight-line distance between these two cities is close to 4,000 kilometers. In other words, the speed of the Bat fighter exceeds 4,000 kilometers per hour. At least 3 times the speed of sound. In fact, 3 times the speed of sound aircraft is not without. Not only are there, but there are also many, even higher-speed airplanes. In this era, all airplanes that cannot reach supersonic speeds are backward. Because one of the standards of the 4th-generation military aircraft is that it must be able to cruise at supersonic speeds. But you have to know that military fighters and Bat fighters are not proportional to each other in body size. What's more, the Bat fighter can also hover like a helicopter in the city. But who has heard that helicopters can be supersonic? An aircraft capable of vertical lift and supersonic cruise capability. Oh my God, who is this person? Nick constantly asked himself inwardly. The more he personally experienced the power of the Bat fighter, the hotter Nick Fury's eyes became. Nick Fury simply loves this fighter with extremely superior performance and far surpassing this era. In fact, the reason why Li Wei drove the plane out so publicly was not simply trying to attract attention. More importantly, he wants to use this as an opportunity to break into the United States military and S.H.I.E.L.D. The performance posture came and proved that he was very capable. Li Wei does not reject the sale of military aircraft. In fact, when the Bat fighter was originally developed, it was sold to the Ministry of Defense. It's just that Li Wei's Bat fighter has superior performance, high technology content, and more improvements. This one is unique in the world. It's not impossible to sell a pipeline product to the military and get a lot of money. After all, Iron Man has a lot of shit and is doing the same thing. Upgrading technology is very expensive. Nick Fury, take me to find your current chief. Li Wei got down from the cockpit and said to the black man who was still stroking the cold body like a peerless beauty. Okay. Nick Fury nodded quickly, but he woke up like a dream, and then he remembered that this was a violent and illegal invasion and something was going to happen. Before he could speak to remind him, he had already heard footsteps and shouts coming from the stairwell. Hurry up. Heavy footsteps sounded from behind the door of the rooftop. Even if you don't look at it, you know that there must be a fully armed rapid reaction force waiting for them. The face of the future S.H.I.E.L.D. director was momentary. Snapped. Before Nick Fury could give an explanation, the sound of pulling a ring suddenly came from the door, making Nick's dark face even darker, and his complexion changed drastically. He was very familiar with his own rapid reaction force. So he judged in an instant that what they threw would not be grenades, but it would not be smoke grenades. It's a shock bomb or flash bomb. In fact, Nick is still a bit level, he guessed it right. The next moment, without waiting for Nick Fury's reaction, the roof door slammed and was opened. Then. A big, thick, cylindrical, dark thing was quickly thrown out. Shocking bullets. Based on the shape of the thick black object, Nick quickly made a judgment in his mind. Indeed, if you want to subdue the enemy, while flashing light, it is accompanied by strong noise, which makes people blind and deaf, lose their sense of direction, and lose the shock bomb that resists ability. It is definitely the first choice for attack. Especially in a closed space, the effect of shock bombs is simply not too cool. However, the target to be dealt with now is them. Boom. At the moment the shock bomb was thrown out, the teammates who cooperated behind the door closed the door as soon as possible. However, some accidents occurred. A thick black object flew in again from the gap in the door at an incredible and extremely fast speed. At that moment, the air seemed to be quiet, and several fully armed members of the Rapid Reaction Force looked at each other. Outside the door, Nick Fury stared blankly at Li Wei, who was still kicking. Because at the moment the shock bullet was thrown out, he saw an afterimage flashed out of his eyes. Li Wei made a very quick response measure, which Nick can't even imagine. Kick. He kicked the shock bomb back with a kick, and it looked like he was inhuman. Boom. With a soft noise behind the door, everything seemed to be over. There was no sound of falling to the ground behind the door, nor screams. The well-trained members of the Rapid Reaction Force will not weaken easily, but even so, they have also lost the ability to resist. Ah! One by one they hugged their heads and squatted on the ground, showing a painful expression. It's a pity that the black hoods on their heads restrict their expressions and movements. Crack! After waiting for a while, Li Wei probably judged that the effect of the shock bomb should have been reduced. He opened the door of the rooftop and walked directly in. The action looks extremely straightforward. A dumbfounded Nick wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and then followed Li Wei, passing by several team members who were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. These people have not been able to break free from the effects of the shock bomb, even if they are well-trained special forces. However, this is just the vanguard. There are more than just a few special forces in the Strategic Science Corps headquarters. They have masters. Knowing this, Nick Fury subconsciously wanted to remind Li Wei, but he just raised his head and glanced, knowing he was one step too late. Before he could figure out the situation, he saw a powerful thigh in black pants kicking over. Li Wei's body is moving forward. Hey! Nick kindly reminded him, but found that Li Wei's body suddenly lowered, and his powerful leg kicked directly into the air. Chapter 12, The First Hero Crossbones. Boom. Kicked on the wall, but failed to hit the target smoothly, causing its owner to curl his lips a little uncomfortably. Found the villain hero, Brock Rumlow, Crossbones. Defeat to get heroic power. The screen of the mobile phone in the pocket suddenly lights up, revealing 2 lines of characters. As for Li Wei, naturally it is impossible for Xianqin to take out his mobile phone to see it at this time. After all, this one in front of him is also a formidable opponent. Well, at least for Li Wei nowadays, this is indeed the case. At the moment when he saw Crossbones, Li Wei's heart suddenly surged with the blood of wanting to fight. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, he will not make that kind of stupid behavior that despises his opponent. What's more, this is a hero. Defeating him can gain heroic power. His second DC hero was obtained right behind this guy. Hey, Rumlow. Wait, we are not enemies. Nick Fury was the first to react and hurriedly spoke out to persuade him to stop Rumlow's behavior. However, neither Crossbones nor Li Wei subconsciously ignored him. The poor one-eyed man who became famous in the future was just ignored by the gorgeous Crossbones. Very good. Li Wei was somewhat satisfied with the first superhero he came across to meet him. Crossbones, a master of imitation, is the right-hand man of Red Skull. He has been loyal to him for many years. He is also a member of Hydra and a world-class mercenary. He has defeated the Captain of the United States several times with his bare hands. For this guy to appear in S.H.I.E.L.D., Li Wei is not surprised at all. Because the current S.H.I.E.L.D. is not the department full of superhero in the future, but a puppet, infiltrated by the villain organization Hydra. Definitely, a small agent like Nick, I don't know now. Li Wei, who is familiar with the plot, knows very well that the guys like Hydra have been using the banner of S.H.I.E.L.D. to create all kinds of panic and chaos and gain benefits from the war. The Crossbones in front of him is one of the most famous thugs in Hydra. Although this guy appeared as a villain hero, he was different from other heroes. The Captain of the United States is called the Captain of the United States because he was injected with super soldier serum. Captain America, who has not been injected with super soldier serum, is just a thin young man named Steve Rogers. Iron Man is called Iron Man only because of the Iron Man battle suit. There is no Iron Man battle suit, just a playboy named Tony Stark. There are countless examples of superhero like this. However, there are still some heroes who rely on their own ability to become heroes. For example, Crossbones is one of them. He has never injected super soldier serum, has no mutation, and has no money to develop technology. He is just an ordinary person who constantly exercises to break through himself, and he is a powerful special fighter at the top of the sky, and he has no way to break through the limits of mankind. Therefore, now he is only in his 20s, in fact, he has reached his peak. Even in a few years, he won't have any breakthroughs. Because if you break through again, you will break through the limits of ordinary people. But he doesn't know how to practice cultivation. Second, he doesn't know how to cultivate immortals. Third, he doesn't have a serum. How can he break the limit? Therefore, Crossbones at the moment is not much different from Crossbones 20 years later. It is also because of the small difference that he was recognized as the villain hero at this stage. At this point, Li Wei is actually the same as him. Li Wei's ability comes from Batman, and Batman is also an ordinary person, unable to break through human limits. The only difference from Crossbones is that Crossbones has a certain or two attributes, reaching the limit of human beings. And Li Wei, an attribute of any aspect, has reached the limit of human beings, including money. Batman is a rich man, he can have money to develop technology. Therefore, Batman often relies on his status as an ordinary person to compete with other heroes and even Superman. It can be said that Captain America is 50-50 in Marvel, while Batman is almost 50-50 in DC. You are looking for death. Crossbones looked at the Asian youth in front of him, and directly ignored the black man behind him, with a cruel smile on his mouth. Obviously he is a handsome guy in his 20s, but he smiles like a pervert. Li Wei couldn't help but shook his head, but saw in his sight, this perverted guy directly pulled his hand to his waist and pulled out a silver-white pistol. The action is extremely fast. Although he is a hero, Crossbones is not a fool, he has to play some close combat with others. He has a gun in his body, why should he fight others in close combat? I just wanted to sneak a kick just now because it was smooth, but now that you can use a gun, why not use it? Go to hell, poor worm. Crossbones grinned, then pulled the trigger. Fuck. Nick Fury's pupils shrank suddenly, he yelled, and he quickly climbed up the stairs when he came. As an agent, he knows that he doesn't have time to shoot himself. The first thing to do is to escape the opponent's shooting range and line of sight, and then to think of drawing a gun to counterattack. However, Crossbones just sneered and ignored him. This kind of weak bug could not attract his interest. In his eyes, only Li Wei. He has an intuition that the person in front of him is terrible, giving him a very dangerous feeling. So, he directly raised his gun and aimed at Li Wei. Boom. Pulling the trigger with his finger, a bullet came out of the barrel with sparks, drawing a beautiful and dangerous deadly arc. Li Wei was motionless. At such a short distance, and it is also a stairwell, there is a serious shortage of dodge space. It can be said that it is almost inevitable. Although Li Wei's physical fitness has reached the limit of human beings, if there is enough distance and space, he can also do a good job of avoiding bullets. However, the point is that there is no distance or space now. So, without a doubt, he was shot. Asterisk. Chapter 13, say 50 punches for you, then 50 punches. Boom. The yellow-orange bullet hit Li Wei's chest, and a smug smile appeared on Crossbones' face, but... Ding! There was an extremely crisp sound from the bullet and Li Wei's chest. A black Batman battle suit appeared in Crossbones' sight. Bat suit is made of Kevlar material and metal titanium as raw materials. This uniform can be bulletproof, explosion-proof, impact-proof, cut-proof, and fire-proof and insulated. Gloves and boots are specially strengthened, which helps protect Batman from the reactionary force when attacking with fists and feet. The edge of the glove also has a metal blade. The material of the cloak is light and conducive to gliding, and with temperature regulation, it can maintain the body temperature, and the muscles will not freeze during combat. This is probably the charm of money, right? Crossbones would probably not understand this kind of desperation. So. This made Crossbones, who was still smiling at the corner of his mouth, his expression instantly solidified. Because he watched that the bullet lost its impact and fell directly from Li Wei's chest. The heart of the chest hit by the bullet showed no trace. Oh, shit. Crossbones feels like he has seen a ghost. This Nima, this black tights, is still bulletproof. It was stunned for Crossbones, but for Li Wei, it was like being bitten by a mosquito. Oh, no, maybe I haven't been stung yet, because I don't even have the slightest tickling sensation on my body. Is this superhero so weak? Hey, it's sad. Li Wei shook his head slightly, then looked at Crossbones with a surprised look, smiled and said, "You seem to be surprised." Boom. 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 Crossbones still shot Li Wei's head and abdomen constantly. However, the more he shot, the more desperate he became. Is this guy all bulletproof? Congratulations, you got it. Li Wei's smile seemed to be mocking him in Crossbones' eyes. Nick, who was covering his ears behind him, was also looking at Li Wei in the black combat uniform, his mouth opened wide and he couldn't say a word. He suddenly felt a little bit that he was lucky that he didn't offend this guy. Indestructible. What kind of clothes is this again? Nick's mouth was drooling, but Crossbones' body was constantly backing away. He saw a helmet suddenly appeared on Li Wei's head. Bat helmet, use impact-resistant synthetic graphite appearance and bulletproof fiber coating to protect it from light weapons, and contain lead to prevent radiation and perspective. Under the helmet, it is equipped with night vision, thermal imager, sonar, gas mask, miniature radio receiver and walkie-talkie system. It also hides some small organs that can release tear gas or electric sparks to prevent someone from trying to take off the helmet. This is the power of money. Did I kneel down myself or I came myself? You shot me 5 shots in total. Li Wei looked at Crossbones and said, but Crossbones was angry. Boom. He violently used all his power and bombarded Li Wei. He hates the power of this technology. Therefore, he must tear up Li Wei completely to ease his inner anger. But, Crossbones is faster, and Li Wei is faster. It seems that you want me to do something to you. Li Wei's voice, along with his shot, moved roar towards Crossbones. Crossbones obviously didn't know that Li Wei on the opposite side was also a hero. He looked weak in DC, but he was able to laugh till the end. Boom. With a simple kick, Li Wei instantly kicked the Crossbones that was close at hand with the pistol in his hand. To be precise, it was a kick on his arm, forcing the pistol in his hand to get out. Crack. With a crisp sound, almost instantaneously, the sweat on Crossbones' forehead was densely left along his cheeks. At that moment, everyone present clearly understood that Crossbones' right hand was fractured. He is too confident to this distance, to match the speed of drawing the gun that he has worked so hard. Can shoot before anyone reacts, and there is no chance for anyone to dodge. In other words, 100% can be shot. Therefore, he was so confident that he only shot 1 shot. Ever since, he was tragic. His arm was kicked and broken in an instant, and there was no gun. Originally, if he played close combat with Li Wei in a proper manner, Li Wei would never try his best at once. Instead, he will be treated as a free sparring partner, so he can play for a while. By the way, hold off for a while, and wait for the true leader of the Strategic Science Corps to lead the team to see you. However, if Crossbones himself doesn't cherish the face he gave, then Li Wei can't be blamed. 5 shots at me, then I'll hit you 50 punches. Boom. The pain of fracture, even for Crossbones, is not deliberately ignored. He can hold back not screaming, but as long as there is pain, he will feel the pain. And the broken right hand after this pain is bound to affect his performance in close combat. Facing Li Wei's immediate punch, Crossbones almost subconsciously stretched out the remaining left hand to resist. Click. However, the next moment he regretted it, and a huge force came from his hand. Then, there was another crisp fracture sound. At this point, both his hands were broken. As for the remaining 2 legs, sorry, Li Wei also didn't plan to let it go. If you say you are given 50 punches, then you will be given 50 punches. Asterisk. Chapter 14, Relax. There is no doubt that Crossbones is very strong. The tall figure gave him a great strength base, and he originally possessed agility that was not commensurate with it. Even in the face of the so-called boxing champion in the world, or some so-called fighting champion, he will not lose. However, this time he was completely misguided. How does it feel to concentrate hundreds of kilograms of power on one point? There is no doubt that, in one sentence, you may die if I punch you. Bang bang bang. Li Wei was hitting hard, 50 punches. Crossbones is now really feeling the reason for this sentence. Batman don't look like a weak scum in the movie, but it depends on who you are compared to. He is surrounded by a bunch of non-human beings. Needless to say, this guy is as awesome as his name Superman. Aquaman, Cyborg. Sorry, Batman chose to have money. What did the rich Batman do? Ultimate human physical fitness. Since he was 11 years old, he has carried out physical and intellectual training. After rigorous physical training, specific dietary structure and biofeedback training, he has reached the highest level that represents normal human physical fitness. His strength, speed, endurance, reaction speed, and flexibility surpassed the Olympic champions of the same period. In order to keep his body always in the best condition, he never drinks. What is the human limit? That is the limit of strength, 800 pounds, about 300 kilograms, for clean and jerk, limit of reaction speed, you can catch the arrow shot by green arrow with your bare hands, limit of speed, match the best human sprinters, limit of ability to fight against attack, mainly rely on firm will and Kevlar protective gear, endurance limit, comparable to a human decathlon champion, holding his breath for 5 minutes and 15 seconds underwater, and the final flexibility limit, comparable to acrobats and Olympic gymnastics champions. This is an extremely perfect person. It can be said that Batman represents the most perfect human being, so his punch with the Batman's arm gloves is incredibly powerful. Crossbones was punched by Li Wei, breaking his hands. Although this guy is strong, he is still a human being after all, and his strength is limited. Theoretically, each muscle fiber of the human muscle tissue can generate a force of about 0.3 micronewtons. So, when converted, every square centimeter of muscle can produce about 100 newtons of force. If you want to reach the limit of strength, assuming that the arm muscles can provide half of the strength, and the rest of the strength comes from the legs, hips, shoulders, etc., then you still need to mobilize the triceps and all around it within a range of 55 centimeters. Muscle. In other words, the theoretical ultimate strength of the human body is about 5,000 kilograms. However, everyone knows that humans cannot bear such power. If you forcibly endure it, then the entire bone will be shattered, truly shattered. Unless you go to practice to forge bones. And Li Wei, whose physical fitness is approaching the limit of human beings without limit, just hit with anger. This punch definitely has more than 300 kilograms of power. So tragically, Crossbones was almost killed. His limbs were beaten to comminuted fractures. The kind of crushed powder, think of the broken vase. Definitely, Li Wei is also very measured. Although he is someone, he never thought of killing Crossbones. After all, this is someone else's lair, he still understands things like staying on the line when doing things. It's not difficult to kill him, but wait until he pulls Alexander off the horse. Well, Alexander is the director of the active S.H.I.E.L.D. The spy leader of the Hydra organization who sneaked into S.H.I.E.L.D. He is also the administrator of the Winter Soldier. Boom. 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 Li Wei punched and then hit Crossbones straight, and the sound made Nick Fury at the entrance of the stairs behind him look terrified. The small pistol in his hand was held in a daze, not knowing what to do. To be honest, he was very angry when Crossbones pointed a gun at him, so he was not to be outdone and prepared to draw back his gun. However, before he could fight back, he found that the powerful super agent in his game was dying and bruised all over by Li Wei. And being beaten constantly in the face. It is the kind that really hits the face, punches to the flesh, and is constantly rubbed by Li Wei on the ground. It hurts to hit someone with the slap, but it's just a skin injury. What Li Wei needs is to break his bones one by one. Stop. Stop all for me. Hurry up and stop. Finally, the large forces at the headquarters of the Strategic Science Corps finally arrived. A group of people swarmed in densely and instantly blocked the entire stairway. And the person in the lead is still constantly shouting. What are you doing? Put down your gun. The blonde white man in the lead yelled loudly when he saw the members of the Rapid Reaction Force who were raising his guns beside him. Naturally, these people couldn't oppose their boss's decision, looking at each other, but finally put down their guns. However, the vigilance in the heart has not let go. However, Li Wei turned a deaf ear to Crossbones' face with punch after punch. Even in the end, the entire cheekbones of Crossbones' face collapsed. Definitely, it just looks miserable. In the final analysis, Li Wei is also a decent person and wants face. Mr. Li Wei, I will definitely give you an explanation on this matter. Please stop, how about it? The white man had a gentle smile on his face. It seemed that the man covered in blood and broken limbs lying on the ground was not the same as his confidant. Tisk. Li Wei stood up slowly, as if strangling a dog, threw the beaten crossbones to the side of the Rapid Reaction Force member, and made a disdainful sound by the way. I'm really intolerant. I only hit a punch, this guy can't hold on. Li Wei shook his head. This contemptuous attitude made a group of special soldiers gnash their teeth. But they can only remain motionless. The situation is uncontrollable. The most powerful super agent in his family has been beaten into a dead dog. This person is obviously terrible. Mr. Li Wei, please hear. Seeing Li Wei stopped, the white man was finally relieved, greeted him with a smile, and even made a pleased gesture. Asterisk. Chapter 15, Invasion, S.H.I.E.L.D. The Strategic Science Corps is far from being the detached S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. 20 years later, S.H.I.E.L.D. will ignore no one except the Security Council, which provides money to S.H.I.E.L.D. But today, 20 years ago, the status of the Strategic Science Corps was not much higher than that of the FBI. Even because the Strategic Science Corps does not listen to the announcement, it is not taken seriously by the United States government, and its status is not as good as the FBI. Had it not been for the positions of Philip and Carter and the financial and technical support of Sher Stark, I am afraid that the entire organization would have already been swallowed up. For rich people like Li Wei, they dare not offend. Even if Li Wei beat his confidant to death. What's more, this is their first hand. Well, although it was Li Wei who invaded illegally first. However, he can deduce that Nick Fury brought him here. In the United States, money can really do whatever you want. Soon, the white man disbanded the Rapid Reaction Force on the side, and accompanied Li Wei to the reception hall with only a few agents. Get to know, Mr. Li Wei. The white man stretched out his hand with a kind smile, Alexander Pierce, the active director of the Strategic Science Corps. Oh. Director Pierce. Li Wei glanced at him faintly, and then stretched out comfortably on the sofa. He didn't mean to stand up at all. You members of the Strategic Science Corps don't understand the rules. What you said is. Pierce was a little embarrassed with one hand hanging in the air. But he quickly adapted to it, withdrew his hand, his smile on his face remained undiminished, and there was no trace of embarrassment or irritation. And he didn't feel it, but the other agents on the side looked angry. Obviously he trespassed first, but instead falsely accused them of not knowing the rules. Is there any reason? However, it is a pity that in the United States, the rich are the principals of heaven. Unless, you are not really rich. Or maybe you were caught for tax evasion. Otherwise, other people are not qualified to move you at all. The Wayne Group, even the United States, which is full of consortiums, is a behemoth. To put it simply, the Strategic Science Corps can't afford it. Beep. The intrusion is successful. The firewall is cracked. Start copying data dash. When a mechanical sound came from the headset, a smile appeared on the corner of Li Wei's mouth. 20 years ago now, there is no artificial intelligence at all. Unfortunately, he has an artificial intelligence. The plan to remotely hack into the Strategic Science Corps through the internet failed, so he has been planning to invade from within. And now, it is obvious that he has succeeded. In a corner where no one could see, a miniature robot slowly inserted the slender object into the computer. And this tiny robot can only be seen by Li Wei, because it uses the same technology as the Bat Fighter and can be invisible. Wayne Group is definitely a world-class super chaebol. The Wayne Group's business is so extensive that few people can reach it. From the most basic military production, to medical treatment, to all kinds of facilities for the benefit of the people, including but not limited to buses, subways, water conservancy, cruise ships, airports, and so on. From the standpoint of status, perhaps Wayne Group has not yet reached the point where the umbrella in the world of Resident Evil is covered by one hand. However, the brilliance of business exploration is beyond the limit. Therefore, it is not incomprehensible that Wayne Group has conducted research on robotics. Perhaps more than 10 or 2 decades later, the defense work against the invasion of micro-robots will be very strict. But today, 20 years ago, people couldn't even understand what a robot was. Therefore, to find a miniature robot hidden in a corner is tantamount to idiotic dreams. Even if I found them, I wouldn't understand what it was. What's more, Wayne Group also has dozens of satellites to form a complete satellite system. Brother Eye System. A satellite system dominated by an artificial intelligence called Brother Eye, and this Brother Eye system even set off an end of the world in the DC world. However, this is the Marvel world. There is also no agent organization called Checkmate, and there is no person from Max Lordii, who hacked into Brother One. Therefore, there is no need to worry about something going wrong. What's more, because he was afraid of accidents, Li Wei has already made people look back at his brothers. And on the basis of this two-pronged approach, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D's predecessor Strategic Science Corps has no secrets in front of Li Wei. Li Wei was still sitting in the lobby chatting with Alexander Pierce, while the robot on the other side was still conscientiously stealing all the information about S.H.I.E.L.D. Then, by the way, plant a backdoor in the S.H.I.E.L.D. system. A backdoor that can view and even tamper with any information without permission from anyone. As long as the backdoor is successfully installed, it can be used for decades without being discovered at least. Beep. There was a crisp sound from the headset, causing Li Wei's mouth to tilt slightly. Well, the well-known S.H.I.E.L.D. in later generations, now called the Strategic Science Corps Department, has been completely cracked and invaded by Li Wei from the inside out. Even Li Wei did not directly do it himself. This, really is the best era. Li Wei sighed slightly, and then he stood up. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Super Soldier Serum. Chief Pierce, excuse me for being unaccompanied. Where is the restroom? Li Wei stood up with a polite smile on his face. Fury, you take Mr. Li Wei to the bathroom. Pierce was taken aback for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face, and he stretched out his hand to indicate the direction. Then, the black one-eyed bald man took Li Wei forward. As for him, he watched Li Wei leave with a smile, until he disappeared from his field of vision. However, at the moment Li Wei disappeared from his field of vision, the smile on his face instantly diminished, and it was even gloomy and terrifying. How is Rumlow? Pierce looked at the agent aside with a gloomy face, and asked in a deep voice. It can be seen that his heart is far less relaxed than what he said before. Rumlow can be said to be his confidant and the best chess piece in his hand. But now, this chess piece was almost beaten to death. The other party left intact. For Pierce, this is simply a shame. Boss. The corners of the agent's mouth twitched a bit. It was reported in Nahue, comminuted fracture of the limbs, and the cheekbones of the face were completely destroyed. With the current technology, although it can be saved, there is absolutely no way to restore him to the previous state. Rumlow, I'm afraid. The agent didn't say anything afterwards, and kept his mouth open and said nothing. But Pierce's face grew gloomy, as if dripping water. He knew what an agent meant, and Crossbones was abandoned. The number one thug under one's own hands was just like that. Fuck. Pierce's face was distorted, and a paper cup in his hand was crushed by him. He stared in the direction of the bathroom, his eyes gloomy. What do I need to do? At least, I have to give out the bad breath in my heart. Pierce thought hard in his heart. On the other hand, Li Wei, who went to the bathroom, was refreshed, and he was so full of energy that he couldn't tell. Mr. Li Wei, I'm waiting for you outside. Nick Fury opened the bathroom door for Li Wei, but did not enter. He is now an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. after all, so he must avoid something. He originally brought Li Wei back to S.H.I.E.L.D. It has already made many people dissatisfied. Especially Pierce, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., may have treated him as a traitor. So the more at this time, the more you have to keep your distance from Li Wei. If he followed Li Wei into the bathroom, the ghost knew what they were doing inside. When the time comes, it will be even more unclear. Li Wei took a deep look at him, and then walked in. Then, from the locked bathroom compartment door, he took out an ultra-thin mobile phone from his pocket. It is not the system-like mobile phone with the Batman logo, but the high-tech mobile phone that is connected to the satellite of Wayne Group at all times and can monitor the world. The mobile phone is entirely manufactured by the Wayne Group. And the reason why he came to the bathroom was because he couldn't wait to see the catalog of S.H.I.E.L.D. There is no doubt that the current Strategic Science Corps is still slightly crude. Even the database is not particularly rich, at least not reaching the point of globalization. However, it is still enough on the United States side. It is not surprising that Li Wei did not find the wormhole-like interstellar travel technology he most wanted. Even if Marvel is a world of black technology everywhere, interstellar travel is not so easy. Especially now it's the late 1980s, which is even more difficult. If there is really such a technology, then Li Wei will have to suspect that there are other traversers or rebirths in this world. There is a saying that the indigenous people are most afraid of those who cross, and those who cross are the most afraid of rebirth. Although I didn't get what I wanted most. However, he also found something interesting after all. For example, Super Soldier Serum. Super Soldier Serum. Interesting. Li Wei smiled at the corner of his mouth. This time the S.H.I.E.L.D. journey did not disappoint. Can you get such a good thing? Just right, Batman paired with Super Soldier Serum, perfect. Let Li Wei have a sense of DC Marvel, Batman, and the Captain of the United States are more suitable. The Super Soldier Serum was developed by Dr. Abraham Erskine as early as World War II. From the beginning to the end, there were only 2 serum injections. One is Red Skull and the other is the Captain of the United States. The role of serum is to enhance the user's metabolic function and all bodily functions, to maximize the potential of the body, that is, to become perfect. In other words, people who have been injected with serum are probably a little bit stronger than Batman. Because as long as the serum is injected, it can approach or even break through the limit of human beings indefinitely. And Batman is the human limit reached by his own hard training. Therefore, if the soldier's serum is injected, Li Wei is confident and stronger than the Captain of the United States. After all, when Captain America injected the serum, it was a scum of 1.5 meters and 5 hands without the power to bind the chicken. A weak chicken. Li Wei before getting a mobile phone can pick up goods with one hand. But in the end, Captain America became a superhero. Well, it is all the credit of the Super Soldier Serum, so, Batman Li Wei, who has reached the limit of human beings, will achieve what kind of physique and strength if he is injected with this serum. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to it. However, the Super Soldier Serum has a very fatal flaw. Needless to say, the first Red Skull to be injected with Super Soldier Serum, the whole person became completely unrecognizable. And even later Abraham Erskine improved it. However, the most important side effect of Super Soldier Serum cannot be improved, and that is the change in the mind of the person being injected. Just like physical fitness, Super Soldier Serum can also strengthen people's hearts. Make good people better and bad people worse. It is for this reason that Abraham destroyed all his research materials before experimenting with the Captain of the United States. I have to say, this guy is also a ruthless person. Fortunately, this kid still has a hand in S.H.I.E.L.D, otherwise, I really can't get it. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Old Iron Man. When I saw this paragraph, to be honest, Li Wei's heart was still shocked. At the beginning, he was complaining about how the scientists of the United States government were so spicy. After decades of successful development of the Super Soldier Serum, Wei Maohui has made no progress. But now he understands. It turned out that Abraham was so cruel, he just scrapped all the research materials. Just like a math problem, these research materials are the process of solving the problem. And the Captain of the United States is the answer. As a result, Abraham erased all the problem-solving process, leaving only one answer. Therefore, the remaining people can only rederive the problem-solving process on the basis of the answers. It's not hard to blame. Even with the help of Iron Man's father, Howard Stark, it has taken more than 40 years to date, but this is only a semi-finished product of the Super Soldier Serum. Yes, it's just a semi-finished product. The process of restoring the Super Soldier Serum is actually using the answers to restore the problem-solving process. The most important thing is the formula used in the problem-solving process. When Captain America was alive, he was able to draw blood from him to get answers. But he has been missing for more than 40 years, so during these 40 years, the Super Soldier Serum project has almost stalled or even been stranded. Geniuses such as Howard have only completed most of them now, but there are still some important formulas that have not been perfected. Definitely. This information was not originally stored in the database of S.H.I.E.L.D. The database only mentions a little bit, and the specific research results are not shown. Because in the final analysis this is also Howard's personal research, others have no right to force him to hand over the research results. These things should all be stored in the database of the Stark Group. Time does not allow Li Wei to read all the information on the spot, so he mostly just looked at a catalog and knew that there was this thing. Afterwards, he put the phone back. Then, he took out another cell phone from another pocket. The phone with the Batman logo engraved on it. Congratulations, get the power of a hero and unlock a superhero, is it activated? The line of words on the phone was clear and bright, which made Li Wei's original excitement even more agitated. Lottery or something, it's always the case that I don't save my name and don't change my name. All it takes is luck. According to the famous Krypton scientist Li Wei, based on Murphy's Law of Krypton, as long as there is enough luck, even if it is a 1% chance of winning, you will definitely win in the end. But without this luck, even with a 99% chance of being a lieutenant, it is impossible to win the prize. So, activation. Boom. A ray of light flashed from the phone, like a star moving and the universe changing. Unspeakable mystery. I don't know how long it took, and finally there was a signal on the Batman's phone. D. Congratulations to the host for getting a hero, whether to extract or summon. Mr. Li Wei. Nick Fury greeted him the moment Li Wei came out, his face a little anxious. On the side, there is another agent in suit and leather shoes. Obviously, Li Wei has been in this bathroom for a long time. So, Pierce has sent someone to urge him. Well, let's go. Li Wei nodded, and then walked forward first. Even Nick Fury, who followed behind, couldn't hold back. Then, they went straight to the elevator like this. And, go straight to the top floor. Finally, enter the stairwell and walk up to the rooftop. The whole process was done in one go, just like S.H.I.E.L.D. is Li Wei's house. Nick Fury is a little dumbfounded. What's the situation? Shit, did you go wrong? Mr. Li Wei, director, we are still waiting for you in the meeting room. Nick Fury swallowed saliva, smiled reluctantly, and reminded in a low voice. Because in his opinion, Li Wei is going to leave if he doesn't agree. After all, if it's okay, why go to the top floor? It wasn't to drive his bat fighter to leave. Then let him wait. Li Wei said unceremoniously, feeling refreshed. Because just now, he learned another good news. He suddenly discovered that not only Stark, but Wayne Group is also one of the collaborators of the Strategic Science Corps. Moreover, it is the most important collaborator. Originally, Li Wei could not understand all this, but thinking of Batman's full funding of the Justice League in the DC world, and even building a watchtower base for the Justice League on the moon, he understood. The Justice League is not part of Batman's personal property. However, Batman's funding for the Justice League is. So although you can't buy one, get more, and send the entire Justice League over, you can transfer this investment in the Justice League to other institutions in the world. For example, the Strategic Science Corps. So, he is the real uncle now. What is he afraid of? What's more, the building at the moment has been completely invaded by Li Wei. You are welcome, destruction or explosion, only between Li Wei's thoughts. He has allowed the micro-robot to bury countless detonating devices. Pierce probably didn't know that his life was completely controlled by Li Wei. So, Li Wei is going back for Mao. Nick Fury was speechless for a while and didn't know what to say. But when they got on the rooftop, they found that at the moment, there were already people around the Batfighter, observing and studying the beating. There was only one person studying, but there was a group of guys around. Scientists and members of the Rapid Reaction Force are on guard. However, there is only one person who dared to study without Li Wei's permission: Iron Man's Big Daddy, Howard Stark. Asterisk. Chapter 18, Are you interested in doing it with me? Howard Stark. A playboy in his youth, but an elderly Huahua who has remained unchanged since he got married. Apart from women, the only thing that interests Howard is probably technology. Therefore, when he saw a Batfighter standing on the rooftop, he was a little excited and incoherent. Because the Batfighter seemed to him, it was simply a dream. Ooh, my goodness, this is awesome. What on earth is this? There is such advanced technology in this era. My God, I think I've fallen in love with this big guy completely. Howard Stark was like a kid who got a fresh toy, yelling there. In fact, the expressions of everyone around him are not much better than him. all of them are extremely shocked, because this next-generation product, even they are the first to see it. Howard sure Stark. Li Wei still recognized the old man. There was no way. It was too easy to recognize. The iconic slapstick attributes are exactly the same as the future Iron Man. Howard Stark was born in 1917, and later got married and had children after playing enough, and married his current wife Maria Stark. At that time, he was 51 years old. The reason for getting married is probably because the safety measures were not done well, which resulted in Maria becoming pregnant. Howard only got his son when he was 52 years old, but he was still able to harden. I have to say that he has a lot more approval than the average person. Well, the open life actually does not need to be explained. Without him, there would be no future Iron Man. Hi, Mr. Stark, hello. Li Wei slowly stepped forward, and took the initiative to reach out to this guy with a smile on his face. He has always been full of respect for scientists. Hello, young scientist. Howard also reacted. He stretched out his hand to hold Li Wei together, with a faint expression of praise on his face. You did a good job just now. It bypassed my firewall and it was clean. If I hadn't had the back door inside, even I have no way to find your trace. Howard is not a good person either. Obviously the firewall of the entire Strategic Science Corps was designed by him himself, but he still installed a backdoor behind his firewall. Therefore, when Brother Eyes easily cracked the firewall and checked the information, it was detected by Howard's backdoor. It's definitely, the backdoor can't detect any traces. Although Howard is genius, he is not so high-tech. The backdoor only found the materials of the Strategic Science Corps, and they were all copied. And if you are your own, there is no need to do this kind of thing. Based on this, he put the only target of suspicion on Li Wei. But he never knew that Li Wei had installed countless detonating devices in the building below. If he knew it, he wouldn't be standing here. Are you interested in doing it with me? Li Wei opened the door straight, staring at Howard, and said a word that stunned everyone. What? Howard sure Stark is also dumbfounded. What are you talking about? We just met for a minute, so let ourselves follow you. Is this guy crazy? What's more, don't forget that Wayne Group and Stark Group are competitors. Why? Howard frowned slightly and said in doubt, he didn't directly say that your kid might be frustrated. It seems, we only met for the first time. There is no why, cooperation and win-win, ahead of technology, can be ahead of the world. Li Wei shook his head slightly and directly interrupted Howard Stark's question. After a pause, he said slowly, I am studying spacecraft recently. If you are interested, you can participate together. Howard's gray hair was messy in the air, and his face was dumbfounded, with black question marks all over his head. What the hell? Spacecraft. This thing still needs to participate together. At the end of the 1980s, this era has actually achieved the most elementary level spacecraft. It is the kind of spacecraft that can transport astronauts and cargo to space and return safely. However, there is no doubt Howard understands that this technology does not require his support, and the Wayne Group can do it itself. After all, if you can send a satellite to the sky, you can send a person to the sky. The only requirement is the safety factor of the spacecraft. However, this is not important. Howard knew that what Li Wei wanted was the kind of spacecraft that could realize interstellar travel. But regarding interstellar travel, he still has no clue. Because the premise of interstellar travel is the speed of light. No matter what method is used, if there is no way to exceed the speed of light, let alone interstellar travel. Yes, spaceship. Li Wei nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I know, you have now developed anti-gravity technology and the arc reactor engine. However, limited by the overall technological backwardness of this era, although you have sufficient theoretical foundations, but there is no way to make it a reality. We, Wayne Group, have the technology that allows you to make all this a reality. Li Wei paused, a confident smile appeared on his face, a confident smile full of contagion, at least on Earth, except for Wakanda. I don't think anyone is more technologically advanced than me. Needless to say, Wakanda is a country that relies on technology. The average technology is at least 2 to 30 years ahead of the world, but in some places, it is still the most primitive method of combat used. How did you know? Howard was extremely shocked. The anti-gravity technology and the engine of the arc reactor are the core technology of the Stark Group, not to mention Li Wei, who is the top of the company. Only a few people, including Howard, knew about this. But the guy in front of him actually said it in one sip, and he said he could turn it into reality. Howard's roar sucked a little heavy, and he admitted that he was a little excited. However, the heartbeat does not mean that you will immediately agree. He wanted to hear the other's explanation. Asterisk. Chapter 19, How Would I Know? How would I know? Ha ha ha. Li Wei laughed suddenly as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. This smile seemed to everyone to be extremely confident. In this world, there is nothing I don't know. After the smile faded, Li Wei said something that everyone in the audience felt incredible. Arrogant. This young guy is so arrogant. But no one laughed at him, because Li Wei is qualified to say this. Well, my patience is limited. Li Wei stared at Howard. Old Iron Man is undoubtedly confused. He was confused by Li Wei's words, and his mind was messy, and he didn't know what to say. There is no doubt that Li Wei said everything. His ideas have surpassed this era for at least half a century, but the technology of this era has no way to support him to turn this idea into reality. It's like when he proposed a maglev car during World War II. At that time, he was enough to make the car levitate out of thin air. But after so many years, there is still no progress. Because it is limited by the backwardness of the era as a whole. Only I can make you realize your dream. Li Wei opened his arms and the confident smile on his face couldn't help but infect the people around him. As if he could really do it. Why should I believe you? Howard shook his head slightly and looked directly at Li Wei's eyes. Li Wei is not Long Outyen, nor does he have the kind of ability that allows people to worship. And Howard is not a fan of the brains, he will bow to his head if he doesn't see him, and he won't easily believe his nonsense. What Li Wei said just now was nothing more than drawing pie to satisfy your hunger. Tell Howard a lot, all empty. Who knows what it will look like in the end? What's more, even if Li Wei just mentioned the technology he couldn't develop due to the limitations of the times. So what? Who doesn't have a few commercial spies yet? Although these technologies are secret, they are not unknown. In addition, he was originally a person who likes to make public, and all day long, I can't wait for everyone to know about him. Once there is a new invention, a press conference will be held immediately. It is not surprising that someone knows these things. Howard did the empty glove white wolf or something. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't be so fooled. Mr. Li Wei, Mr. Sure Stark. At this moment, Pierce and his party suddenly came from the stairwell. Especially Pierce, with undisguised anger on his face. In any case, he is the master here. However, as the host, he respected Li Wei, the guest, and he always carried a gentle smile. But Li Wei, the guest, didn't pay attention to his master at all. No matter how good he is, it is impossible not to be angry. Therefore, when he learned the news, he took a group of people directly onto the rooftop. Then, I met Li Wei. And, the pistol in Li Wei's hand. Boom. Li Wei didn't even look at Pierce. He threw his hand and shot. The flies buzzed in his ears, which was really annoying. Boom. 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 There were several gunshots, before everyone had reacted. A total of 7 people, including Alexander Pierce, have all fallen to the ground. And their heads have already blossomed. Especially Alexander Pierce, with an expression of anger and astonishment on his face, he didn't even know what was going on. I saw Li Wei pointing a gun at himself, and then he died. Yes, it's so dead. Dignified future the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. was so cleanly killed by Li Wei. There is no trace of muddy water. Even after firing the shot, Li Wei breathed into his bat gun. The expressions on the faces of the surrounding people were completely dull. They were caught off guard by Li Wei's sudden shot. Too suddenly. Everyone has an expression of extreme astonishment and disbelief. In fact, the 7 people killed by Li Wei were Hydra lurking personnel headed by Alexander. Originally, he was not sure, because he was afraid of killing the wrong person. So, I didn't do it in the beginning. But soon, when he got the corresponding information from the Strategic Science Corps, he determined the identities of these people. There is no doubt that these are Hydra people. Even during the time he was in the bathroom, he had already distributed these lists to the military and many government officials, including the current President of the United States. In many cases, we must pay attention to evidence when we do things. The same goes for killing. On the other hand, it means that as long as you have the evidence, you can do anything. It was not the members of the Rapid Reaction Force who were there, but none of them responded. Li Wei's speed was so fast, it happened to be the moment Pierce and the others came up to shoot, and then fired in an instant. What's more, the Desert Eagle bat gun that is recognized as powerful is still used. Even start directly. Not to mention the current technology, even the technology of 20 years later will not be saved. Shit. Although the reaction was slow, the deaths of Pierce still reminded these people. Almost instantly, everyone on the side raised their guns and aimed them at Li Wei. They don't care what Li Wei is, they only know that Li Wei just killed their immediate boss. However, they also forgot one thing. In other words, they didn't know from the beginning. Bat fighter or something, but it's fully automatic. Moreover, I never said that there is only one bat fighter. Asterisk. Chapter 20, Real Men Never Look Back. Boom. The invisible fighter suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. The so-called invisibility is different from the traditional invisibility, and it is also different from the modern concept of invisibility. The traditional invisibility refers to the kind that is completely invisible visually. Invisibility, 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 that's what I said. In modern times, stealth refers to a method used on airplanes to minimize the radar scattering area. The fuselage is coated with a material that efficiently absorbs radio waves, resulting in the effect that the radar cannot track it. At the same time, the infrared radiation of the engine must be simplified. Because the aircraft is difficult to catch with the naked eye during the flight, the aircraft flies quickly and also flies high, which is difficult to be observed. That's why radar is needed. What the radar cannot detect is considered a stealth fighter. The invisibility of the bat fighter is, in the final analysis, the same as the S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky Fortress aerospace mothership 20 years later, using reflectors to reflect light to achieve a certain sense of invisibility. It is said to be invisible, but in fact it is more like translucent. So if you look good enough, you can still see it if you look carefully. Definitely, no one will look at the air seriously for no reason and have to see something. And, more importantly, the engine of the bat fighter can completely do silent flight. In the case of low power consumption, the bat fighter can be completely silent when hovering or flying at a low speed. Coupled with the invisibility of the optical reflector, it is almost perfect. It is precisely because of this that no one has discovered that there are 3 stealth bat fighters besides the one parked on the helicopter platform above the headquarters building of the Strategic Science Corps. The bat fighter is called the bat fighter because it is different from the bat helicopter and the bat transporter. The most important thing is that the bat fighter has powerful firepower. All Batman equipment has several things in common. They can be driven automatically, controlled directly by artificial intelligence, and all have invisible functions. However, the bat fighter is the only equipment equipped with the most powerful firepower. The flanks of the fighter plane are equipped with rocket launchers, which can launch rockets or missiles to penetrate the enemy's armor, and are equipped with dual-course 30mm machine guns and 20mm Gatling rapid-fire machine guns as fire suppression. On the other hand, it also has an electromagnetic cannon trigger mount, which has a powerful destructive one, and can also be used as an electromagnetic pulse to interfere with electromagnetic communications. Generally speaking, the bullets fired by a 7.62mm caliber machine gun are powerful enough to beat a person in half. The 20mm speed machine gun is even more used to hit airplanes. If you hit someone, hey, I believe no one wants to experience this feeling. Whoosh. 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 The 3 bat fighters carried out covering attacks on the members of the Rapid Reaction Force on the side from 3 directions. The scene was simply picturesque. How can the flesh and blood be able to block the bullet? So it didn't take long, it was just a few seconds, a few roar suck, no one can stand in front of Li Wei alive anymore. Only Li Wei, Howard and Nick Fury were still alive. Even the scientific researchers are all dead. On the platform, the icy corpse lying on the ground, all eyes wide open, staring at the front incredibly, obviously they would not have thought that such a powerful fire would come out in an instant. It was almost a destruction class, so all of them couldn't stand their eyes, and their bodies became a pool of flesh and blood. All these changes occurred in an instant, from Li Wei shooting Pierce to death, to the Bat Fighter's massive killing without hesitation. It took less than 10 seconds in total. 10 seconds were just enough for Nick Fury to pull out the gun and aim at Li Wei. At the moment, the pale-faced Nick Fury did exactly that. Just 10 seconds ago, all his former colleagues turned into a pile of minced meat. He couldn't imagine that the person he brought over had become their nightmare. Not only did he have no sense of awe, on the contrary, he slaughtered in the Strategic Science Corps. Roar, roar, can you take care of the feelings of the elderly before you shoot? Howard looked pale and looked at the pile of minced meat that could not be looked directly at, and was definitely to be mosaicked on the TV, and one couldn't help but vomit it out. As a scientist, a spoiled playboy, has he ever seen such a scene? Even if he had participated in World War II, as a scientific researcher, he has always been well protected and has never experienced the cruelty of war firsthand. The so-called war is nothing but a number of casualties for him, and there is no intuitive understanding at all. The only time he was on the battlefield was when he drove the plane and took the captain of the United States and landed behind the place. In addition, he is just a scientist who develops weapons. But now, this bloody scene shocked his three views. The pungent bloody smell mixed with gunpowder smoke penetrated into his nostrils, stimulating his nerves. I think I might never want to eat meat anymore. Vomit. Howard was still vomiting, even though his face was pale, he still had the thought of laughing and joking. As you can imagine, his psychological quality is still very good. Definitely, this is also based on his belief that Li Wei will not kill him. After all, Li Wei just asked him to cooperate. Since he wanted to cooperate, he would naturally not be killed. I also think it's better for you to stop eating meat. Li Wei frowned. He actually didn't like the bloody smell, and said lightly, eating meat is prone to hardening of the arteries. You should be a vegetarian. You can live a few more years. Although I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D has an infinite life formula, I didn't find it just now. It seems to be fake. Li Wei shook his head helplessly. As expected, he couldn't follow the original text. There is no doubt that this should be biased towards the Marvel world of film and television series. The infinite formula should belong to the comic world. Just like Nick Fury, he is white in the comics, and he has lived from World War II to the present because he was injected with an infinite formula. And this black bald head is a real juicy boy in his 20s. The setting of the infinite formula in the comics does not enhance people's physical fitness like the super soldier serum. However, the infinite formula can retard the aging speed of various functions of the human body. In other words, life can be extended. However, the infinite formula also has a side effect, that is, it must be injected regularly after one injection, otherwise the human body will quickly age and even die. What Li Wei originally thought was not to extend the lifespan of a person with an infinite formula. Instead, hold the infinite formula in your hand and use it to control the lives of other people. As long as it is injected with the unlimited formula, both men, women, and children will be slowed down. But on the other hand, regardless of men, women, and children, if you stop the injection after one injection, you will quickly age and die. Taking advantage of this, Li Wei can completely control those villains who are afraid of death. However, it did not. And you, don't use a gun at me, I only say this once. And the last time. Li Wei faintly glanced at the bald black man on the side, as if looking at a dead man. Asterisk. Chapter 21, so, let's blow it up. Fuck. The future S.H.I.E.L.D agent Cyclops Nick couldn't help but explode, and then shouted, why are you killing them? However, he shrank in the next second. Watched by Li Wei's indifferent, lifelike eyes, Nick Fury suddenly rose from the soles of his feet and penetrated his heart and lungs. For a moment, there was dense hot water on his forehead, but his back was already wet with sweat. Death is scary, and Nick Fury is no exception. Therefore, he has already put down the gun instinctively. However, he asked without admitting defeat, looking directly at Li Wei's eyes. Do you need a reason to kill? Li Wei glanced at him faintly, with a cold tone. Yes, I forgot to tell you. This building is already full of bombs by me. If you have any friends in it, please tell them to escape. What? Nick Fury just feels that he is so cold now, he can't care about the fear, and the responsibility has overcome his fear of death. Ignoring the three bat fighters facing him, he rushed directly into the stairwell. He is going. Roar calls on everyone who is still in the building to flee for their lives. And Li Wei didn't stop him, just watched him go to save people. You didn't actually plant any bombs, did you? And at this moment, Howard, who should have been vomiting, stood up with the bat fighter on the side, and asked softly, otherwise, why lie to him to save people? Really? According to ordinary people's thinking, if you want to bomb a building, then you must want to bomb someone to death. So, if all the people in the building are allowed to run out, what is the point of bombing the building? Is it neurotic? I do have bombs all over this building. Li Wei shook his head slightly and said lightly, moreover, people who shouldn't be able to escape still can't escape. They are destined to die in this building. Definitely. Li Wei paused, looked at Howard deeply, and said with a little deep meaning, moreover, the reason why I want to bomb the building is entirely because it is uncomfortable to look at this building. Ahem, what are you talking about? Howard felt that he was choked, and he didn't know what to say for a while. You think this building is upset, so you are going to blow it up. There is cat disease. Just forget it if you don't believe it. Li Wei shrugged, without explaining anything. He did look at this building upset because he wanted to reorganize and accelerate the formation of a new shield. Then there must be a tri-wing building, and this old building must be blown up. Otherwise, why would it be necessary to build a new three-winged building? Definitely, there is one more thing he didn't say clearly. That is, frame the blame. After today, everyone will know. People with Hydra secretly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and conspired to blow up the building to wipe out all S.H.I.E.L.D. The heroic Nick Fury agent saved everyone and gained a great reputation among the many agents. At that time, in the case of the death of the new director, Nick Fury, who has great popularity and support, wants to take up the post as the new director. This problem is not very big. Definitely, it is naturally impossible for him to talk to Howard Ming. Moreover, he didn't need to explain anything to him. The reason why he asked Nick Fury to save his good friend is because of this. After all, he knew that Nick had no friends. Nick Fury may have a loyal and trusting boss or subordinate, but he will never have friends. Because of his character, it is really unflattering. And if someone who is not a friend saves them, this kindness is even greater, isn't it? Get on the plane. Li Wei shook his head, put these things behind, and looked at Howard lightly. Don't you want to know if what I said is true? I'll take you to my experimental base, and you will know it then. Good. Howard gave him a deep look and nodded heavily. He is now the meat on the cutting board, and there is no room for resistance. However, he has a choice. Choose to obey or die. Li Wei won't kill him, this was certain from the beginning. Howard is not boasting, in this era, absolutely no one is smarter than him. Maybe his son in the future can do it, but there is no doubt that Tony can't do it now. Although there is no clue about interstellar travel, it may not be impossible if there is real technology more than 20 years in this era. Soon, the four bat fighters formed a formation, turned on the stealth mode and quickly flew to Los Angeles. On one of them, Li Wei was sitting. On the other, Howard sat. He didn't want to sit on the same plane with Howard, because he was a bit noisy. This is human nature, and this is how people encounter things they love. Although Howard is smart, the times have limited his horizons. So when he got on the fighter plane, he would inevitably ask questions. As for Li Wei, he didn't answer his doubts or listen to him yelling. Therefore, he simply threw him to other people. For example, Lucius Fox. As the president and technical director of Wayne Group, he also developed a series of equipment, weapons, and basemen in Batman's hands. His talents may not be as good as Howard and his sons, but they are not too far behind. After all, he didn't open the hangar, and Howard and his son did. Thanos himself said that Tony Stark is a person cursed by wisdom. Brother Eyes, what's the situation on the other side? Li Wei lay halfway on the seat, squinting his eyes, and suddenly asked. Sir, Mr. Fox and Mr. Stark had a great chat. Soon, a voice sounded in the enclosed space. The sound was natural and smooth. It was completely different from ordinary mechanical sounds. They are now discussing the possibility of magnetic levitation vehicles. Forget it, don't worry about them. Li Wei shook his head helplessly, he didn't want to care about these things. It has nothing to do with him. Although he has this talent, he is lazy. Although he has this foundation, he doesn't want to do it at all. although he also has this time, but still lazy. It's hard to cross, and it's hard to be a big boss, but you have to be like a technical ape. Isn't that a sand sculpture? How good is it to be a freely behind-the-scenes salted fish? If something is left to the subordinates to do well, he is only responsible for enjoying it. Did there be any actions by the military and the government? Li Wei thought for a while, then asked suddenly. Yes, sir. The voice of the brother's eyes sounded again. The government is very fast. It has already controlled 60% of the people on the list we gave, but 30% still ran away. There are still 10% who are absconding. As for the military, they are in the process of sending people to the headquarters of the Strategic Science Corps. In addition, sir, Mr. Fury has evacuated most of the agents. Oh. This kid. The notification speed is very fast. Li Wei squinted his eyes, and then there was no emotion on his face, just like Thanos, and snapped his fingers, then, blow it up. Asterisk. Chapter 22, The Truth is Often Cruel. The order has been accepted. The brother's eyes made an electronic sound, and then, a mushroom cloud instantly rose from somewhere behind him. Although it did not destroy half of the universe like Thanos, the explosion was still quite violent. One day, I will wear that pair of gloves and snap the most beautiful finger in the universe. Li Wei was thinking there, like a mushroom cloud behind him. It had nothing to do with him. Yes, it has nothing to do. What is eliminated is the past tense. Li Wei is a person who likes to look towards the future. Whoosh. The bat fighter flew quickly towards Wayne Manor, leaving no trace in the sky. This guy is a lunatic. Nick Fury watched the explosion sound in front of him, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He succeeded and successfully rescued most of the agents of headquarters. Yes, most of them. There is still a small part, all dead and no corpses. Following the headquarters building, they were buried together. The angry Nick Fury immediately wanted to find Li Wei to settle the account and asked him face to face why he did such a thing. Even if he knew he was not Li Wei's opponent. Not even worthy of letting him do it. Even the chief is killed, do you still care about his little agent? Li Wei doesn't care about his life, and he doesn't care about it himself. The agents around are grateful to themselves, but Nick Fury has only anger in his heart. Later, when the surviving agents began to actively rescue the agents in the ruins, a black bat fighter plane hovering over them became apparent. Unfortunately, most of the people present did not recognize this fighter. Therefore, they did not have the slightest vigilance in their hearts. In fact, everyone who knew the fighters died. Because those people are Pierce's confidants, they belong to H.I.E.L.D. The rest, even Li Wei cannot guarantee that it is absolutely clean. But at the very least, it can be guaranteed that more than 90% of people are innocent. He couldn't tell the remaining 10% in a short time, even if it was him. Definitely, even the people of H.I.E.L.D. can't make a big storm for this success. Just check it slowly. Mr. Nick Fury, please board the plane. Mr. Li Wei is waiting for you. Before Nick Fury had any movement, the bat fighter had stopped on the ground and its tail opened. At the same time, it was accompanied by a sound. Good. Nick Fury boarded the plane without hesitation. What's even more regrettable is that the surrounding agents thought he had been given some special order, and thought that the bat fighter was a force of the Strategic Science Corps. Then, in front of everyone, Nick Fury was picked up. At the moment, people from the military finally arrived late to take over the mess. Where is he now? Nick Fury got on the fighter plane, but didn't see anyone. The space of the fighter plane is so big, it is not enough to hide another person at a glance. Unless, that person is outside the fighter plane. However, Nick Fury did not suspect that he was being teased. Because the fighter plane had already taken off, he had seen it when he arrived. This is the function of autopilot. Mr. Li Wei has returned to the manor, and he is enjoying the wine with Mr. Stark. Brother, I spoke out Li Wei's message very sincerely, which made Nick Fury's anger even stronger. Their headquarters were all bombed, and you were drinking with someone as a result. Could it be that the lives of hundreds of agents are not worthy of your attention? In addition, Mr. Li Wei told me. Just as Nick Fury was burning with anger, the brother's eye suddenly said, "Let me show you this piece of information. After you read it, you will understand what is going on." In the next moment, a panel screen was lowered from the top of the cabin and hung in front of Nick Fury. And on this panel, there are lists. Headed by Alexander Pierce. Nick Fury originally watched with anger, but the more he watched, the more frightened and silent. At first, he thought it was fabricated. But soon he denied it himself, because no one was bored to make up these things. Even if there is, the fabricated is always fabricated, and there are bound to be loopholes. However, as an agent of the Strategic Science Corps, Nick Fury still has the most basic judgment of ability. Obviously, what the information shows is true. Hydra, there is a resurgence. During World War II, Hydra was originally an evil organization in the hands of the Nazis. But in the end, Hydra betrayed the Nazis and the Führer, and they became independent. In the Marvel world, the failure of the Nazis is actually related to the pig teammate H.I.E.L.D. Originally, the United States' participation in the war had already made the Day National Front a bit tense, and Hydra scientists finally developed new technologies. As a result, Hydra rebelled and wanted to destroy the world. In the end, the ending is naturally doomed. The top leader of H.I.E.L.D, Red Skull, died, and the captain of the United States disappeared. However, Hydra did not die. Because the United States was infiltrated by Hydra long before Hydra was destroyed. Definitely, Hydra was still weak at that time. Then, under the instigation of these people intentionally or unintentionally, the United States started the Paperclip Project. The content of the Paperclip Project is a plan for the United States to absorb Nazi scientists from the country during World War II. At that time, the United States transferred a large number of rocket technology experts and high-level researchers to the United States by competing for technical experts from the Nazi Day country. As a result, the United States has accumulated a large number of scientific researchers, including Hydra's villain, Dr. Zola. And it is for this reason that a large number of Hydra key personnel have mixed into the United States through this program to impersonate scientists. The United States has absorbed these people and is also responsible for providing them with new identities, letting them get rid of the name of the Nazi Party and become their safe haven. It is precisely because of this that Hydra began to move into the United States. From the government to the FBI to S.H.I.E.L.D, their people are everywhere. Definitely, the top military level did not. Because most of the generals in the military originally came from World War II with innocent backgrounds. And even if they are to change the term later, they still have their own people, and it is not Hydra's turn. However, although a considerable part of Hydra invaded the United States and began to take root. However, some Hydra remained in Europe and continued to resist. As a result, Hydra is divided into two. Although the two parties are still a whole, they are also cooperative relations. But unfortunately, they are already at odds with each other. The mountain is high and the Emperor is far away, and the nominally supreme leader of Hydra is still in Europe. But the Hydra of the United States has become a school of its own, and Alexander Pierce Howran is the best one. He also holds the list of almost everyone in Hydra throughout the United States. And this is just convenient for Li Wei to kill all these people in one fell swoop. Ever since, the entire Hydra organization of the United States. One wave, all extinguished. Nick Fury stood in the cabin, silent for a long time. Even if the Bat fighter had been parked on the tarmac, he didn't realize it. The whole person was confused, even he himself didn't know what he was doing or thinking. He always felt that one of his beliefs was shattered. Mr. Nick Fury, please go up the elevator, Mr. Li Wei, now waiting for you in the meeting room on the 3rd floor. The electronic sound of the brother's eyes is constantly urging there. Asterisk. Chapter 23, Speak Up. Nick Fury didn't know how he came along this way, he was always in a state of confusion. When he took the elevator again to the 3rd floor, he realized that Li Wei was already sitting on the sofa and waiting for him. And the subordinates that he had brought before, still did not leave, and were standing tremblingly on the spot. Mr. Li Wei, I want to know, are the things you showed me real? With a bitter smile on his face, Nick Fury looked at Li Wei with the last 10,000 hope in his heart. He doesn't actually want the answer, he just wants someone to hit him head-on and break his illusion. Don't you already have the answer? Li Wei shook his head and said lightly, moreover, as an agent, don't you even have this basic judgment of ability? Nick Fury opened his mouth, but after all he didn't say a word, just smiled bitterly. He couldn't believe that the Strategic Science Corps, and even the entire United States, had been eroded like this by H.I.E.L.D, almost riddled with defects. Except for the military to be promoted quickly because of war, otherwise it can only be experienced, so there are no HYDRA high-level people. Government, FBI, CIA, S.H.I.E.L.D, which one does not have HYDRA? Even this time, the governor of a state is from HYDRA. If this takes some time, I am afraid that the entire United States will be over. What's your plan? Li Wei asked bluntly. This time the Strategic Science Corps has suffered a heavy loss. The director has died and the center has been bombed. With your current reputation, have you ever thought of reorganizing the Strategic Science Corps? Reorganization. There was a slight movement in Nick Fury's eyes, but he quickly shook his head and smiled bitterly. They won't agree. The United States, or any country, has been divided into two powers since ancient times. Civil and military. In ancient times, there are hundreds of officials in history, civil and military affairs, and in modern times, it is the political and military circles. The government and the military are inherently opposed to each other, which is related to interests. The position under their buttocks determines that they must fight for their own interests. Therefore, if you want to fight for benefits, you will inevitably touch the interests of others. The military undoubtedly controls the military in charge of external affairs, while the government is responsible for the operations within the system. From the police to the CIA and then to the FBI, these organizations have different levels. But in the final analysis, these organizations actually belong to the government. However, the military has never given up on interfering with these forces. They don't want to put their own people in it all the time. It's okay that there are no accidents, but now something has happened. Not just one or two, it's the entire political circle that has caused a major event. Especially S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the director is from HYDRA, and even the headquarters building was bombed. The military is different, and the military is very outstanding in comparison, because they don't have a high-level Hydra agent. Therefore, in Invisible, the military has already taken the initiative. In fact, it is true. At the moment, the military has all been dispatched. Surrounded by the entire Strategic Science Corps, all agents are also under centralized supervision. It can be said that this incident provides them with an excellent excuse, and they are likely to use this to completely control the Strategic Science Corps. Therefore, it is impossible to give Nick Fury a chance to reorganize. The government won't help me either. Nick Fury said calmly, but there was a flash of sadness and despair in his eyes. They all have problems themselves. If they are caught by the military, they will easily cause big problems. Therefore, they will definitely abandon us and throw us to the military acts as a compromise. The military will no longer hold them accountable because they have gained benefits. The government has also been able to save and will not be aggressive by the military. This is how politics works, compromise with each other. What's more, we and the government were originally at odds. Although S.H.I.E.L.D is the same as the FBI and the CIA, they are all under the jurisdiction of the government in name. But in fact, S.H.I.E.L.D has never given up being detached from any country. And HYDRA, although they are undercover in S.H.I.E.L.D, they are also making such calculations. So they have always been in peace, because their purpose has not been achieved. Everyone wants to be above the government. But in this way, the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D and the government is also extremely bad. In exchange for a compromise from the military for an organization that listens and does not listen to the propaganda, people in the government will only feel it is worth it, not that it suffers. I didn't ask this question. Li Wei shook the goblet with red wine in his hand, and said lightly, I just ask you, if you want or don't, you only need to answer me one word, or two words. Think. Nick Fury pondered for a while, then raised his head, with a hint of hope in his eyes, and replied decisively, with a sonorous voice. Although he thinks it is impossible, who doesn't want a miracle to happen? The United States, although it seems to be the largest in the government and military. But in fact, everyone born in the United States understands it. In the United States, the consortium is the largest. And one of the largest consortia in the United States is the Wayne Group. Even the history of Stark Group can't match it. Because Stark only specializes in arms, but Wayne Group makes money everywhere. Their industries are all over the world and involve all walks of life. If the Wayne Group is willing to die, coupled with the help of the Stark Group, one of the founders of the Strategic Science Corps, then the Strategic Science Corps is highly likely to be preserved. Even if, from then on, the Strategic Science Corps will be tightly controlled by the Wayne Group. But what does that matter? They couldn't stand aloof, and now they just replaced the master from the government to a consortium. There is a phone over there. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction, pointed to the brick-like mobile phone on the side, and said lightly, "The number is on the table. Go and tell someone from the military. I don't need to teach you anything, right?" Nick Fury took a deep look at him, took a deep breath, and slowly picked up the Big Brother's phone. Even in the Marvel world with black technology, the end of the 1980s was still the era when Big Brother was generally used. Although 2G has been invented, it has not yet become widespread. Looking at the phone in his hand, a trace of hesitation flashed in Nick Fury's eyes. He is very clear about the consequences of this call. Because Li Wei was forcing him to make a statement, forcing him to completely break with the military, cutting off his back, so as not to fall on both sides of the wall. Nick Fury understands Li Wei's approach, but when he is the client, he still cannot accept it peacefully. After all, this is for him to cut his own way. Chapter 24, Commitment. Nick Fury is still hesitation, he is thinking. He doesn't recommend breaking with the military, but the question is Li Wei playing tricks or really trying to help him? If he does not break with the military, with his actions today, he has already established a tall image in the hearts of other agents. At that time, even if the military wants to take over, it will certainly not be possible to replace all of them with their people at once. Therefore, they must continue to use these agents. Nick Fury, they will inevitably be elected as the new director. Even if it is a puppet, the director is the director, and the power status is true. Moreover, he is not willing to be a puppet, and there is no possibility of a comeback. But if he breaks with the military, Li Wei is willing to help himself, but if he is unwilling to help, then it is really over. Nick Fury secretly observed Li Wei's expression, but he couldn't see anything. He just sat there sipping red wine, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Nick Fury is struggling, but he has to make a decision after all. Roar. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury gritted his teeth and picked up the note on the table and dialed the number. He didn't ask how the number came from, nor did he ask who it was called. But he knew that it must be someone from the military. Beep. This is Major General Rose, who are you? As the broadcast rang, there was a full of breath on the other side of the phone. Just by listening to the voice, Nick Fury already knew who the other party was and smiled helplessly. Major General Ross, one of the few powerful generals in the military, is known as General Peric Ross. The reason why he is called General Pili is not only because of his character, but also because of his promotion speed. He is only in his 40s now, but he is already a major general in the Air Force. The highest rank in the United States, except for George Washington who was awarded a 6-star general, the highest is only a 5-star general, and he is only awarded in wartime. The 5-star general is equivalent to the marshal. In fact, the highest rank of the United States today is only a 4-star general. After that, he was the lieutenant general, also known as the Samsung Admiral. Rose is a major general, can also be called a 2-star admiral. It can be said that except for a few people, he is the boss. The life of General Ross is legendary. He graduated from West Point Military Academy in the first place. After graduation, he quickly hooked up with his commander's daughter and got married. After that, he was promoted directly to captain because of the care of the old man. Not long after taking office, he participated in the first war in his life and quickly became a major. Soon after, he went through another war and became a colonel by exception. Not long after this, he encountered the next war. Subsequently, he became a general of the United States Air Force. This is the young and middle-aged faction belonging to the military, with a firm and resolute attitude. The military representatives of the old faction would still make false claims with the government, but he went straight. The military forces headed by him have always wanted to intervene in the internal control of the United States. And this time he took over the Strategic Science Corps, he was the fastest. And this guy, in the future, will become the Secretary of State of the United States and the supreme leader behind the scenes of S.H.I.E.L.D. Major General Ross, I'm a Level 7 agent of the Strategic Science Corps, Nick Fury. Nick Fury took a deep breath and said slowly, I want to find you. The 7th level agent of the Strategic Science Corps. As far as I know, your headquarters have been bombed. All of you are suspected of treason. Also, how did you know this number? Do you know that it is illegal to invade the military secrets to investigate the information of the Major General? Even your chief does not have this right. Also, where are you now? Why were you not there when our military called? Now I order you to report to the ruins of your headquarters. I don't need to hold you accountable. Immediately, immediately. Nick Fury hadn't spoken yet, but on the other end of the phone was overwhelming words from General Rose, completely placing himself in a superior position. However, in fact, the Strategic Science Corps is not under the jurisdiction of the military. In theory, they are equal. After all, if the 10th rank corresponds to a 5-star general, then the 7th rank corresponds to a major general. Well, nothing wrong. The 7th level agent is already a high-level confidential person in the Strategic Science Corps, and it can also be regarded as a person who has entered the confidential level. Otherwise, Nick Fury would not have that qualification. It's just that now that he has been criticized by others, his psychology is also very uncomfortable. At the very least, Li Wei saw the black face darker on the spot. General Rose, I am speaking to you as a peer. Nick Fury took a deep breath to calm himself down, and calmly treated General Rose on the other side of the phone, and said lightly, please immediately withdraw the troops from downtown New York. The matter of our Strategic Science Corps can be handled by yourself. Handle? Do you have this qualification? Even the headquarters building was bombed. General Ross on the other end of the phone seemed to be irritated, and was roaring at the phone. Both Li Wei sitting on the sofa and the agent still shaking in the corner can hear clearly. It won't take you to worry, Rose, Major General. Nick Fury said faintly, even deliberately prolonging the tone, this time the bombing is just our preview. We are going to reorganize the Strategic Science Corps and build a new headquarters building. Also, Major General Rose, you remembered me, my name is Nick Fury. After speaking, Nick Fury directly hung up the call. Afterwards, his face calmly looked at Li Wei. His conversation this time didn't make any sense. It was only used to stun General Ross, the military's top leader. Because now he only needs to express his opinion to Li Wei. He can neither care nor care about other things. Papa. Li Wei put down the goblet, stood up slowly, clapped with both hands, with a smile of relief on his face. Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything after all. Very well, Mr. Fury, your attitude proves your position. Li Wei slowly stretched out his hand, showing a sincere smile, then, after the reorganization of S.H.I.E.L.D., you will be the new director. Thank you, sir. Nick Fury also laughed, and slowly stretched out his hand to hold Li Wei together. He understands that his statement is not wasted after all. Li Wei's seemingly random sentence was his promise. These rich people are like this, they want to face and suffer. But what they promised will not go back. As for failure? Businessman ownership is the smartest guy. Since they dare to make a promise, they must be 100% sure. Asterisk. Chapter 25, Is Black Tea Good? Sir, what would you like to drink? With a kind smile on his face, the housekeeper Alfred looked at the restless black man on the sofa and asked. Whatever. Nick Fury was still a little uncomfortable, so he waved his hand and passed away. Bring him a box of Lafite for 82 years. Li Wei snapped his fingers and said lightly. Okay, sir. Alfred nodded slightly, then stepped back to get the wine. Nick Fury's mouth twitches slightly, a box. Do you think it's beer? Want him to step on the box to drink? Sure enough, this extravagant appearance, the face of the consortium can be regarded as let him see clearly. Mr. Li Wei, drinking is not necessary. I still want to know how you want to deal with the military. Nick Fury sits right in his face, looking at Li Wei with a serious face. People in the military won't give up so easily. They now have the absolute initiative. You're right. Li Wei nodded lightly and said lightly, the military does have the initiative. Do you know why they have the initiative? Nick Fury was slightly silent. Why? Because the headquarters building of the Strategic Science Corps was bombed. Or is it because the head of the Strategic Science Corps is from HYDRA? Neither. This is not just a matter of the organization and the military of the Strategic Science Corps, but a matter of the entire political circle and the military. Because the military does not have Hydra people. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. This time the blow was too far-reaching and exposed too many people at one time. Although they could be wiped out all at once, they were also shocked. The remaining people will hide deeper, and therefore gave the military an opportunity. Yes, it's because of this. Li Wei nodded approvingly and said lightly, because the military is clean and the government is not clean, they can stand on the commanding heights and criticize the government and gain the initiative. Nick Fury was surprised and looked at Li Wei with an incredible expression. After all, Li Wei did everything this time. Since he has done this, hasn't he considered the consequences? This is definitely impossible, and one who does not consider the consequences has never been a qualified businessman. So, what can we do to make the military give up this commanding height? Li Wei did not have a chance to shock the black men, but continued to say, the government chose to compromise and threw the strategic science core to the military, allowing the military to come down from the commanding heights and stand with them. You. Nick Fury swallowed hard, he seemed to understand something suddenly, and looked at Li Wei in disbelief. But they have forgotten that sometimes it is not necessary to compromise, and there is no need to use the temptation of profit to attract people from the military to the same front as them. We can pull them down. Since the military is clean and the government is not clean, then we can make the military unclean as well. As a result, the military will also be unclean. Gudong. Nick Fury was still swallowing, but the agents in the corner were shaking. Because they heard something that shouldn't be heard, will they be killed? They really wanted to cry without tears, but they came with Nick Fury to pretend. In the end, he was put on the ground cleanly, and finally got up, but found that he could not get out at all, the elevator could not be opened, and whether there were stairs. Finally, the elevator opened, only to find that the other party was back. Then, Hyundai also had such a thing. Surely you will be murdered, right? You, what do you want to do? Nick Fury's voice trembled a little, even though he thought he was a little calm, but he still couldn't help but trembled. Because he was a little scared. What do I want to do? Li Wei shook his head, put a hand on Nick Fury's shoulder, patted him on the shoulder, and chuckled softly, relax, this is a good thing. You are about to become S.H.I.E.L.D's chief. You have to laugh, what do? You have to cry. Since the military is unwilling to turn big things into small things, don't blame me for turning small things into big things out of nothing. God, what is S.H.I.E.L.D? Nick Fury hurriedly changed the subject and asked curiously. The strategic science core is a thing of the past. Li Wei shrugged and looked like definitely, then, it should be a different name. I have thought about the name, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. S.H.I.E.L.D, referred to as S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you think? Very good. Nick Fury pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. He thought the name was very good, as if it was born for him. S.H.I.E.L.D, the name of Aegis. The shield of the gods to protect the country and the world. When I think about it, Nick Fury can't help but feel his heart turmoil, blood surges. Sir, you're Rafite. Alfred respectfully placed a box of Lafite 1982 at Nick Fury's feet, took a few goblets and put them in front of him, and made a please gesture, please feel free. Forehead. A touch of cold water extinguished his blood, and Nick Fury looked at Rafi at his feet in embarrassment. Is this really drinking from a box? It's simply the evil capitalism. Nick Fury subconsciously took out a bottle of Lafite, poured himself a glass, and then looked at Li Wei, who seemed to have empty red wine in the glass, and said politely, Mr. Li Wei, do you want me to add some? No need. Li Wei shook his head, then picked up the wine bottle on the side and poured himself another glass. I don't drink. Nick Fury only feels that he has a black line on his face. Is this the legendary blindness? If you don't drink, what's in the glass in your hand? I saw you pouring it out of the glass with my own eyes. Do you want to drink a little? Li Wei looked at Nick Fury in surprise. After all, he had been looking at the wine bottle in his hand just now and couldn't help but ask politely. Okay, sir. Nick Fury was also welcome, and then took out an empty wine glass and held it in both hands. And Li Wei didn't mind, and just poured him a glass. Cheers to our victory. Both of them had reserved smiles on their faces, and their wine glasses touched each other. Later, Nick Fury drank it in one gulp in order to show his pride. However, in the next moment, his face became a little strange, because he always felt that the smell was a bit wrong. Although he has not drunk red wine for 82 years, he has also drunk red wine. The taste is not like this. It feels too sweet. Asterisk. Chapter 26, Come Out, Wonder Woman. On the 4th floor, Li Wei's private space. The floor-to-ceiling glass for privacy provides unobstructed views of the scenery outside the window. The waves hit the beach and the scenery is extremely pleasant. But outside, you can't see the inside at all. This is the power of technology. It's nice to have money. Li Wei spoke slightly, but the Batman phone in his hand flashed with a sudden light. The second DC hero should also appear. Li Wei murmured, but his eyes were full of expectation. Diana Prince, or Wonder Woman, is the second superhero unlocked by the Batman phone. In fact, at the moment the bombed S.H.I.E.L.D was drawn to her, Li Wei was almost ecstatic. However, he was not in a hurry to let Diana show up. Because this time, Li Wei did not choose to extract the hero's skills, but chose to summoning Wonder Woman directly to reality. After all, for a sister's paper, extracting something, too much violation. Li Wei has acquired Batman's skills, and if he gets Wonder Woman again, it will inevitably be a little bit irritating. After defeating Crossbones, the Batman mobile phone gained a heroic power. The second unlocked hero is the beautiful scenery in DC Wonder Woman. For her, Li Wei is definitely not willing to extract, so he summoned the reality directly. In S.H.I.E.L.D before, it was obviously unrealistic to extract out of thin air, because no one knew what the consequences would be if Wonder Woman suddenly appeared out of thin air. Moreover, there are risks. But in the bedroom of Wayne Manor, Li Wei doesn't worry so much. So, come out, Wonder Woman. Li Wei smiled slightly and pressed the call button of the Batman phone. Huh. A ray of light burst out from Li Wei's hands in an instant. Li Wei stared at the light steadily, as the golden light became more intense, as if there was something sacred from it. Countless golden rays of light illuminate the bedroom in a single shot. I don't know how long it took, as if it was a century long. Congratulations, the second hero, Wonder Woman, is summoned. Boom. As the light of Batman's mobile phone converged extremely quickly, a figure shot out from the light. On the top floor of the mosaic villa on the cliff of Wayne Manor, Li Wei suddenly appeared in front of him with a long-haired woman with a healthy wheat complexion. She has long flowing hair that is almost black and brown, and her dress is fierce, which seems incompatible with modern times. It looks more like a Greek female warrior in ancient times. The upper body is only wearing a standard Greek-style golden battle helmet, and a golden forehead like an eagle. It is not so much a helmet, but more like a crown. The metal armor envelopes her exquisite curves, the wild style and the moving grace are well integrated, the vigorous heroic spirit is overflowing, making Li Wei's pupils shrink. This sister paper is not weak at all. The outer armor showed her perfect body curve, and the high-split design of her hips made her long legs inevitable. The combination of heroism and beauty, this is Wonder Woman, the existence of half-human and half-god in DC. Perfection is simply the art of heaven and earth. The number of past stars that Li Wei has flashed in his mind, as well as his fiancée Captain Marvel, can't match the Wonder Woman in front of him. So beautiful. Especially the heroic spirit radiating from her bones is even more fatal to men. Li Wei admitted that he was slightly absent for a moment. Fortunately, he was also a hero. This feeling of discomfort was fleeting. Wow. The sound of the shaking of weapons and armor came out, and the Wonder Woman in front of Li Wei was also staring at him. This man who was completely unfamiliar to her, but she felt a sense of familiarity in her heart, as well as a strong affection and surrender, as if the two had known each other a long time ago. Snapped. Suddenly Diana knelt on one knee, looking allegiance to the female warrior. I, the daughter of Hippolyte, queen of the Amazon Paradise Island, Diana Prince, knock on the boss. Get up, in the future, no need to be so polite. You can call my name Roar Li. Li Wei waved his hand. Plum. Diana stood up immediately, with a smile on her face, interestingly called Roar, but I still like to call it Roar Boss. She wore a short, thin skirt frame with a blue bottom and gold rims. A sword in one hand and a shield in one hand, dressed as a standard ancient Greek female warrior. If you pay attention, you can still see that the girl is wearing an ornament, a silver bracelet, the Guardian silver bracelet. This is the exclusive weapon of Wonder Woman. The bracelet has the Guardian power and is made by Hephaestus, the god of fire. The raw material is fragments of Aegis, the Aegis of Olympus, the king of God. It can automatically attract firepower and protect the wearer from flying arrows. The stray bullet is close, indestructible. It seems that the Wonder Woman summoned is in the strongest state. Li Wei saw Diana's whole body equipment at the moment at a glance. Mantra lasso, Guardian silver bracelet, Vulcan sword, divine power shield, starlight crown, champion's helmet, winged shoe. Wonder Woman's strongest equipment is just as much. Now, it's almost done. Just right, there is something you need to do. This is the way back, and Li Wei has already thought out a plan. Oh. What's the matter? Diana raised her eyebrows, and on top of her otherwise plain expression, there was a hot battle spirit. What a warlike sister. But it's not like an ordinary female man. The heroic female warrior has a peerless appearance and the charming girl should have. Such a combination is definitely a man's killer. But if you look down on her, it's a very sad thing. In the DC world, this girl can even compete with Superman, who represents the peak combat power of mortals. The strength of a girl who is blessed and blessed by the Olympus gods is absolutely beyond doubt. It is no exaggeration to say that Diana can definitely beat 10 Li Wei easily. Well, although it's not something worth showing off. However, Li Wei is still a pity. After all, Diana's relatives are not his personal property. Otherwise, the entire Olympus gods will be brought over, not to mention fighting Thanos, but at least it will be enough to rule the earth. It's very simple, to destroy a military base. The information is here, you can take a look at it yourself. Huh. Li Wei clicked on a holographic pop-up window, like a computer projection, but Diana was not surprised at this. Obviously, she has seen this kind of technology. Asterisk. Chapter 27, General Peric Ross. Diana, this task will be handed over to you, are there any questions? Although Li Wei is very confident in Wonder Woman, he still asked symbolically. Diana curled her lips and looked very dissatisfied with this mission. Boss, you are underestimating my strength. Li Wei can only smile back. Yes, this task really underestimated her. It's just a military base on the Earth, with only a few high-damage weapons at best, and there is no way to harm her at all. After all, her future, but an invulnerable goddess of war. Don't worry, a mere mortal barracks can't beat Amazon fighters at all. Just a few hours, wait for me to come back. Diana's smile was contagious, her pretty face was full of confidence, and Li Wei did not refute it. As a relative of the gods, she has this strength and is worthy of such confidence. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire history of Olympus, the only person who has the same honor as Diana is Pandora. She even received more blessings than Pandora. Although I don't think a small military base will cause you any trouble, you should be careful in everything. You are more important to me than a base. Li Wei shook his head and said solemnly, Tao Zu once said that he should despise the enemy strategically and value the enemy tactically. The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. I don't want you to have trouble. That way, I will be sad. Li Wei looked at Wonder Woman softly. Do not worry. There was a warm current in Diana's heart, and she nodded solemnly, I will pay attention. Li Wei was also relieved, anyhow she took her words to heart. So, I'm leaving, boss. Diana gave Li Wei a playful smile, then nodded slightly, her feet were light, and her feet were already off the ground. Then, he flew to high altitude. The girl also wears a headset next to her ear, and also wears a high-tech bracelet by the way. The purpose is to make it easy for her brothers to show her the way at any time, so that she won't get lost. A glimmer of envy flashed in Li Wei's eyes. After all, flying has always been a human dream. Although there is already a plane, it is not flying by itself after all. However, if one day draws Superman, then he will fly too. Ross, the future Secretary of State, the de facto supreme leader behind the scenes of S.H.I.E.L.D., accept my first gift from you. Looking at the direction where Diana, who was already far away, could not be seen, a smile was drawn at the corner of Li Wei's mouth. Anyway, you were at odds with S.H.I.E.L.D., and even quarreled with Nick Fury every day for a little bit of profit. I know. It's just to help you advance all this. Yes, that's right, Li Wei's first mission to Diana was to destroy the base Ross was responsible for. To kill the chicken and the monkey, let him know that the true master of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future is amazing. The military of the province then hit the idea of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the other side, Rose looked at the big brother in his hand, slightly stunned. After that, it was to break open and curse. That level 7 agent, dared to speak to himself like this, and even hung up his phone. Fuck. Asshole of a bitch, nigger. General Rose looked gloomy and cursed his eldest brother to the ground. Because Nick Fury on the other end of the phone actually hung up. How dare he? He is a majestic Major General of the United States Air Force, and he is just a 7-level agent of a small strategic science corps. Get everyone up for me and interrogate them severely. General Rose gloomily looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who was controlled by the United States soldiers with rifles, and said coldly, among these people, there must be Hydra spies. He is now in urgent need of a sulking object. Although he can guarantee that Nick Fury is over. However, he is not here now, nor will he bear his anger. From this point of view, he is a lucky guy. The reason why General Rose was in New York was actually just a wonderful coincidence. But he didn't expect that it was this coincidence, but he brought such huge amounts of credit to himself. General Ross sat on the Humvee heading to the military base and closed his eyes slightly. In fact, he has not been exposed to war since he was appointed as a Major General. It has always been an assigned case. What is the matter of the case? Is to handle official documents. A dignified general, but was forced to do a civilian job, and no one could bear the change. But no way, he was promoted too quickly. What's more, the general's position was already full. In addition, the old guys in the military wanted to polish General Ross and smooth his arrogance. That's why it deliberately embarrassed him like this. However, today's farce gave him an excellent opportunity. He was given a chance to escape from the affairs of the case and truly grasp real power. He won the Strategic Science Corps for the military, allowing the military to place its own chess pieces within the national system. There is no doubt that this credit is definitely a big one. Even if the military won't let him lead the reorganized Strategic Science Corps, it is impossible to use a civilian to send him casually. At the very least, this will also promote the commander-in-chief of a certain military base. Definitely, the most likely is the domestic military base. Because if it is a foreign military base, there is a possibility of war, and he is also likely to continue to be promoted based on this. After all, he only participated in 3 wars before he became a Major General. If you continue, it really won't work. Whether it is a 4-star general or a lieutenant general, the positions are already full. This is not a position to fool people like a Major General and a Brigadier General, but a real power boss. Those who are bitches want to block my way. As if thinking of something particularly pleasant, General Rose cursed, but there was a smile of joy that could not be concealed at the corner of his mouth. This time he acquired the Strategic Science Corps, which he has gained quite a lot. The agents of the Strategy Bureau are all real, and the elites who have been trained for a long time are undoubtedly strong. If this confiscated the military headquarters, it would definitely be a part of one's own combat power. This Strategic Bureau has no need to exist at all. I, Rose, can create a group of elites by myself. Rose was full of fantasy there, but at this time. Creak. The vehicle in the front of the Hummer convoy that was heading to the military base suddenly stopped suddenly. As a result, the entire fleet had to stop the car. What happened? General Rose's face was full of displeasedness. He was still closing his eyes just now, and he was suddenly break the next second. Sir. Before he knew the situation, a colonel hurried over from the front and gave a military salute. Our military base was attacked. Asterisk. Chapter 28, the sword smashes the tank and divides it into 2. Rose was stunned, and still a little unresponsive. Which military base? Headquarters, the Air Force headquarters in the suburbs of New York, the report just came. What? Ross's originally excited expression was suddenly distorted, and his military base was attacked. Who did it? Who is it? Rose's face suddenly became a little gloomy, staring at his adjutant. The adjutant was hesitant to speak, with some sweat on his face. What's wrong? Hesitating. A sharp light flashed in Rose's eyes, and the adjutant gritted his teeth and raised his head and said, "I don't know, the other party is a woman." Woman. Rose opened his mouth, with a hint of playfulness at the corners of his mouth. "The woman is directing." "No, it's a man, a woman. There is only one enemy." When Wilson said these words, he was also desperate. Who could have imagined that a woman would dare to break into a military base and destroy it wantonly? Before experiencing this incident, Wilson absolutely did not believe that such a thing happened. But now, not only has it happened, but, isn't your own base an opponent? This kind of fucking thing, Wilson has encountered for the first time, really hell. But Rose is smiling. A woman is attacking her military base. Is this special lady kidding? Rose looked at his adjutant like a fool. "Wilson, this cold humor, but it's not funny at all. I don't want another time." Rose was holding back his anger, but he was already planning to change an adjutant. Wilson was anxious. "Sir, really, we have injured hundreds of people. The other party has super ability. We are not opponents. She is not an ordinary person, much stronger than the previous captain of the United States." For fear that Rose would not believe it, Wilson took out a military phone call from his arms. "This is the real-time video just sent to me by Lieutenant Colonel Mike. Look at it, sir." With that, he opened a video with horror on his face and handed it to Rose. Boom. As soon as I opened the video, I heard a violent roar. The video looked very clear, and I saw a gorgeous figure flying fast through the crowd, and each life was quickly harvested by her, and there was no one general. Those who were killed by her were all elites of the United States military, but they couldn't even touch the shadow of the other side. The violent roar came from the tank. The base used the latest MIA-1 main battle tanks, but the moment the giant artillery bombarded them, a beam of light flew out of the gunfire instantly. The armor-piercing projectiles fired from the tank's barrel did not cause any damage to the opponent at all. Then a sword glow, separated from the video, seemed to be slashed towards the M1A1 tank barrel with extreme sharpness. Tsung dang. The barrel made of alloy split into two instantly and fell to the ground. In the next second, that figure had already rushed onto the turret. The light flashed again. Sneer. The outer armor of the tank, which claims to be able to withstand the impact of 10 tons equivalent, was directly split into two halves by the light from top to bottom, and then abruptly split from the middle, exposing the cockpit, gun chamber, and a few dumbfounded artillery and tankers shivering there. Too frightening. They had never encountered something like this that broke their hearts in their entire lives. The world's strongest tank M1A1, which was just developed, was cut into two by a man and a woman. From the outside, it splits directly. Gosh. This is a tank, not to mention a sword, or a main battle tank that can't be penetrated by guns. But now, a woman was holding a long sword and split it directly. The process, not even a second, the tank is just like paper. Is this woman still a human? This is the thought of a few tankers before they die. Boom. The M1A1 tank was directly destroyed. Oh, shit. Roar was horrified. When he saw the tank being split into two from the outside, his mind was suddenly bewildered. With a shake of his hand, the phone fell directly to the ground. But he didn't even think about picking it up, because his mind was completely blank. What did he just see? One person, in just a few seconds, killed the soldiers in their base and lost their armor and armor. That's not to say. The M1A1 main battle tank that was just secretly developed was dismantled by the opponent before it even attacked the enemy. NS. Life and demolition, without a trace of technology, rely on a violent blow. The one cut from top to bottom was like a slash from the gods. The armor that the tank used to prevent collisions and gunfire was torn apart. Gurgle. Rose swallowed, his face pale. What to do, sir? Wilson had no idea, so he had to ask his chief, because this matter was beyond his knowledge. When he first saw this video, his expression was no better than Rose. Waste. Rose cursed directly, a woman can't handle it. Has the military raised a bunch of pigs over the years? Get in the car and go back to the base. Drive at full speed. I want to see, what kind of super ability does this woman have? Rose's face was gloomy. Although Wonder Woman just opened the tank with a sword, he was shocked and unimaginable, but in his opinion, no matter how strong the opponent is, she is also a woman. He also saw the information of Captain America back then. The opponent can also blast the tank with one punch, but no matter how strong the ability is, it is outnumbered. Capture alive, you must capture this woman alive. This may be a new breed just researched out by a certain force. Rose licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. In his opinion, the value of this woman is more important than the agents behind him. If done well, this person will be a force on top. Obviously he would not think about it, this woman dared to come alone, obviously, she is dependent on it. Rose's mind is full of the idea of catching each other alive. Asterisk. Chapter 29, Good Night. Boom. The heavily armed Hummer uttered a violent roar on the road, reaching a speed of close to 200 per hour. Rose and hundreds of people drove toward the base at full capacity. Inside the car, Ross is debugging a real-time video. Although it was in the 90s and the internet had not yet become popular, the United States military's technology was the most advanced, and many of them were not even put into production, just trial operation. So short-distance real-time transmission can still be achieved. Noisy. The internal military receiver that resembled a tablet in my hand was finally docked to the base, and some real-time images were quickly transmitted. Awful. How can it be a tragic word? The corpses of the United States soldiers on the floor were all eyes wide open, as if they had seen something extremely terrible, and they couldn't catch their eyes. There are also countless wrecks of tanks, piled apart in the base square, in a mess, as if they were torn apart by people abruptly. Oh, my God. Rose covered his face, even if he had thought that his base was being attacked, but he did not expect that in just a few minutes, the destruction of the base had reached such a tragic level. The roar continues. Obviously, the enemy has not been wiped out, and Wonder Woman cannot be seen in the docking video, but the rounds of artillery fire and sounds are telling Rose that this enemy is beyond his imagination. Accelerate. Give me speed. Rose roared there, and the Hummer took the lead, rushing in quickly. The fight continued, but Rose couldn't bear to watch. Who sent this person? I don't seem to have sinned against someone recently, right? General Rose couldn't figure it out. Finally, the Hummer arrived at the secret U.S. military base on the Atlantic side of Staten Island, New York. Boom. Before the car stopped, Rose pushed open the door and rushed down. Call out. The moment Rose just got out of the car, a light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then the adjutant who was following Wilson hurriedly rushed towards his chief. Sir, be careful. Boom. The two fell directly on the ground, and Rose only felt a breath of death that suffocated him, quickly passing over his head. Then. Rumble. The Hummer he was sitting in just now was blasted into the air as if flying directly, and it fell to the ground with a violent noise, and the car instantly became a pile of parts. The driver was directly crushed into a pile of meat. The big team that followed had bad insights, and they all stopped, but otherwise, all the vehicles were rushed out for several meters by this shockwave. Everyone looked at the scene in horror. As far as I can see, there is no standing person. Oh, yes, there is one. A female warrior wearing a fuchsia armor and a starlight crown, she crossed her hands and leaned there. The shockwave just now radiated from her arms. Guardian silver bracelet. The artifact is made by Hephaestus, the skilled craftsman of the gods. The raw material is the fragments of the aegis of the king of god Zeus. It can protect the wearer from bow and arrow bullets. It can be used on 2 wrists. After the collision of the silver bracelet, it can release extremely huge amounts of guardian power. The shockwave just now is the emission of the guardian power. Click. Suddenly a crack broke in the wall of a building on the base, and then, the crack became more and more violent, like a spider web, it began to crack. Oh no. Rose, who was lying on the ground, stood up abruptly and stretched out his hand in grief, trying to prevent the collapse of his base building. But, how could he stop it? Moreover, Wonder Woman has turned around. On the heroic face, there was still the evil spirit of the war just now, and Rose's expression suddenly froze there. This beautiful and unspeakable female warrior was like a god descending to the earth, but he was terrified to the extreme. It was this woman who destroyed his base directly. Boom. In the end, the building of the base collapsed suddenly, and huge amounts of smoke and dust hit it up. Everyone stared blankly, showing a deep despair on their faces. The base is gone. Sung. Wonder Woman, holding the Vulcan sword and divine power shield in her hand, put her equipment behind her back, with a playful smile on her face. The people here are so weak. Sure enough, the same as the mother said. Jingle bell. At this moment, Rose, who was lying there, suddenly rang the phone with a big brick tied around his waist. This is Rose's personal phone number, and few people know it. Step on, step on. Wonder Woman walked towards Rose. Rose was so anxious that he wanted to hang up, but he was so frightened by the momentum of Wonder Woman coming over that he didn't even dare to move. In the end, he bit the bullet and took it. Because Wonder Woman's gaze was on the big brother at his waist, he couldn't catch it. Dear Lord Rose, do you like this gift I gave you? Li Wei's brisk smile came on the other end of the phone. Diana, who had been approaching, stretched her brows suddenly, and she stopped in front of Rose, condescendingly looking at the Major General of the military. Gift? Rose glanced at Wonder Woman, and saw that she hadn't killed him, and couldn't help letting go of her tight nerves. But his heart is still hanging, because he doesn't know when this female soldier will kill him. Good night, I hope you can have a good dream. Correct. Li Wei suddenly said again, give the call to the beautiful girl in front of you, I want to talk to her. Beautiful girl. Ross forced a smile on his face, and subconsciously handed it to Diana. What's the matter, boss? Diana smiled and said to the phone. People who didn't even know that it was this beautiful girl who had just razed a U.S. military base to the ground. Boss. Rose on the ground reacted. Oh, damn, the gift he was talking about is this one in front of me. Asterisk. Chapter 30, Let Go. Rose collapsed a bit. He has only just realized it now. The gift Li Wei said was that his base was razed to the ground. What kind of gift is this? Rose wanted to die depressed. Then he heard the voice of Li Wei from Big Brother Dazhong, come back, Diana. What about these people? Diana looked at Rose and others on the ground, and couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Rose's heart jumped to his throat suddenly, his eyes staring at Diana, his face turned pale in fright. Own life is now pinched in the opponent's hands. He had no doubt that as long as the person on the other end of the phone said to kill, the next second he would say goodbye to the world. The whole person that Rose was afraid of was trembling. Fortunately, Li Wei let him go. Someone will solve him, your task is done. Okay, then I'll be back soon. Ha. Diana had just finished speaking, and her powerful and slender thighs suddenly stomped on the ground. Call out. She flew up in front of Rose and the others, and then lifted into the air, heading back to Wayne Base. From the beginning to the end, she didn't look at Rose and the others again. As if they were like ants. The group of people lying on the ground stared blankly, and had no idea what to say. Fly. This woman can actually fly. I don't know how long it took, but Wilson, who was lying there, finally reacted, and said to the dull-faced Rose, Sir, the enemy is gone. Roar. Roar let out a deep breath, and then realized that he was soaked all over. Just now, he was really scared to death. He thought his life was going to die. Fortunately, the other party didn't take him to heart. But, who is the one who called himself? Rose didn't know why Li Wei gave himself a gift until now, as if he didn't offend the other party, right? Who can tell me? Who is this woman? Rose suddenly snarled hysterically, because he saw his base, which had been destroyed into ruins. Oh no, this is not true. In Rose's heart, it was a little crazy all of a sudden. No one answered him. Rose was depressed and wanted to die. He felt like he was dreaming until now. He had just received the agent of the Strategic Science Corps. Before he had time to be happy, God arranged such a scene for him. Who is this strong-pointing non-human woman? Drop. 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 Suddenly a voice came from the military communicator on Rose's adjutant Wilson. Ha. Wilson immediately suppressed all his expressions and cautiously said to Rose, Sir, the White House call. Which one? Rose turned his head, his face was ugly, but he recovered slightly. After all, the owner of this phone is the head of the government. Yes, it's the head of the state military secretary Ram. Wilson said in a bit of astonishment. This is the highest leader of the Communist Party. How could he not expect that what happened today would surprise such a bigwig? But think about it, a military base was destroyed, and it was destined to cause a sensation in the United States. Give me the communicator. Rose took the communicator, then quickly adjusted his mentality and pressed the connect button. Hello, this is General Rose. Rose still had a hint of displeasure on his face, but he still answered the phone and put it to his ear. Shit, Rose, you bastard, who did you provoke? As soon as the call was connected, there was a violent scolding from the Secretary of State for Military Affairs Ram. Although Rose could imagine it, his expression still was very upset. Because he doesn't even know who he provokes. I don't care who you provoke, so immediately, wipe my ass clean, understand? Ram growled on the other side of the phone. Rose can only nodded his head in a solemn way. Your Excellency Ram, I know. And also. Okay, no problem, I will go back soon. I see. General Ross complied constantly, but his face became more and more gloomy. His face was gloomy as if dripping water, which was daunting. There is no doubt that this is definitely not a good thing. Release the people, let me release the people who were behind. Hanging up, General Rose slowly lowered his hands and closed his eyes slightly. After a while, he let out a long breath. Sir. The colonel outside the car thought he hadn't heard clearly, so he called out. I said let people go, didn't you understand? General Rose opened his eyes suddenly, and looked at the colonel coldly, not loud, but with an inexplicable coercion, which was awe-inspiring. Yes, General. The colonel nodded hurriedly and gave a military salute. Then he ran to the army green truck behind him and ordered his little brother to release all the agents who had just caught the truck and had not left the New York City area. The colonel did not ask why. This is the meaning of the above. It is a game between the government and the military. A small colonel of him is not qualified to participate. However, he didn't understand how. What happened to make the military leaders give up this low-handed opportunity? Shit. General Rose yelled again, and the anger in his heart was almost indescribable. Too frustrated. If your base was overthrown by others, the resources that were finally obtained were directly intercepted by the other party. This made Rose's heart so sad that he wanted to vomit blood. Sir, Lieutenant General Sheldon, let you in. He's still alive. Wilson told Ross another bad news. The top leader of the base in front of him is not dead. For Rose, this is nothing less than another bad news. In such a battle situation, that old guy is not dead yet. Go. Rose waved his hand and walked toward the base with Wilson. Asterisk. Chapter 31, Disasters Lead to the East. An Air Force base in New York burst. Moreover, it happens to be the air base where General Ross is located, and it is also the base where these agents will be escorted. However, it just exploded. Originally, Ross was still mocking the bombing of the headquarters of the Strategic Science Corps, but now it's his turn to be bombed. It's so immortal, it directly bombed the entire arsenal. Even with that, half of the aircraft in the entire air base were bombed. The direct economic loss is tens of billions of dollars. This time, Rose couldn't laugh anymore. The Strategic Science Corps only bombed a building, and there were not many casualties. But this time at the Air Force Base, the casualties were aside, but the losses were too great. Sir, the identity of the other party has been found. Wilson stopped suddenly. Say. Anger flickered in Rose's eyes as he was rushing to the base, but Wilson raised his head and said, Yes, it's Hydra. What? Rose's step stopped suddenly, turning around and staring at Wilson. You mean, the other party, is HYDRA? Yes, this is the news that I just got. We intercepted a piece of information that sent out the address of our base. It was an Hydra agent lurking at the Air Force Base, with the rank of colonel. This person is a spy on the Hydra list. Definitely, they didn't know that the Hydra list in hand was actually forged by Li Wei. Hydra. Rose gritted his teeth, but his heart was depressed and wanted to die. Ross knows this agent. Because he has seen the list, he originally wanted to conceal the fact that the military has an Hydra agent, so as to obtain greater benefits from the government. However, it is completely different now. Because of their cover, a military base was devastated. Now they are the same as the government. Most of the government's Hydra agents took control, and they only lost one building. The military lost an entire military base. They no longer have any advantages. Even more, when the government negotiates, they will undoubtedly fall into an absolute disadvantage. Not only will it not be profitable, but I am afraid that a huge price will be paid to stop the damn group of politicians. Damn it, Hydra is so powerful. Rose was a little silent, and he looked at the dilapidated Air Force base with a gloomy expression. Finally, I had the opportunity to make a great achievement, which could turn the entire strategic science core into a nail for the military. This can be used to check and balance the increasingly lawless politicians, and if done well, he can even get promoted again. But now, there is nothing left. General Ross, Lieutenant General Shelton is waiting for you in the command center. A soldier from the United States saluted Ross and reported, "He told me to wait here." General Rose nodded, although the anger in his heart still existed. However, he was shocked by the scene before him. On the airstrip, there were more than 200 planes densely packed, but at the moment there were only more than 20 lonely planes left, most of which were left with only the wreckage. The battle damage rate reached 9 out of 10. The United States Army is running around everywhere, they are busy fighting the fire. Originally, he was already shocked at the gate of the base, but when he saw the loss in the base, he suddenly felt an urge to faint. He only realized that he had thought too little. This time the base was really ruined. The loss was too great to be estimated. If he can't release people before returning to the military base, I'm afraid the government will attack the military base. General Rose looked a little confused, and looked at the warehouse not far away. In other words, it is the wreckage of the former warehouse. Now, there was only a piece of scorched ash, the huge amounts of deep pit in the center, and the dense cracked ground nearby. "Ross, you are finally back." In the command center, when Rose walked in, he found out that his boss, Sheldon at the moment, was waiting for him at the moment. His frowning expression completely lost his former spirited appearance. Sheldon is not very old, he is already a lieutenant general in his 50s. Even if it is changed to Rose, he himself is not sure to become a lieutenant general within 10 years. Don't think that the major general to the lieutenant general is only a first-degree difference, but it seems like a great difference, like a moat. This time the military base was bombed, and Ross happened to be outside, so he did not need to bear the main responsibility. But Sheldon must be responsible for this. If it is good to just cut his job, it is more likely that he will go to a military court or even be convicted of treason. This is not humorous, it is really possible. What is the problem? Rose hurriedly greeted him, looking at Lieutenant General Shelton, who seemed to be 10 years old for a moment, with an incredible expression on his face. "What else?" "Just like you see." Sheldon grinned helplessly, his smile full of bitterness. "Let it go to Major General Rose." Soon, the soldier on the side manipulated the computer to show Ross a video. On the screen, it was a woman. What can a woman do? Ever since, holding this idea. In the next 3 minutes, Rose saw everything a woman could do on a military base. He saw a woman facing the muzzle of dozens of soldiers, as if there was an invisible barrier in front of her, and thousands of bullets all stopped in front of her. He also saw that woman, like a beam of light, smash those planes directly at the airport. It's a real rampage. And in the end, with a loud noise, everything was over. General Rose was completely silent. This woman, not long ago, he just met. This enemy is not something he can't afford. In the future, don't think about promotion anymore, and rebuild the base safely for me. As for the loss of the base this time, it will be jointly investigated by the military and the government. The military and the government, I hope the two of us will cooperate. Sheldon closed his eyes when he finished speaking, and Rose looked forward, blankly. His life has come to an end. Hydra. I am at odds with you. Rose roared inwardly, without knowing that his enemy, not at all. Asterisk. Chapter 32, New S.H.I.E.L.D. When the two generals were still shocked by the women's combat effectiveness, Wonder Woman Diana had quietly returned to Wayne Manor. Thank you, Diana. After sending Nick Fury into the Bat base, Li Wei met the culprit of the Ala Akuba incident at the United States Air Force Base in his bedroom. Diana Prince, the second superhero unlocked by Li Wei, is also the first superhero summoned by him. If you want to bomb the United States Air Force base without being suspected, you need to be 70% true and 3% false. First, someone must sneak into the air base, and then manually detonate the air base. Instead of launching missiles with a stealth aircraft, that would easily arouse military suspicion. Even will be beaten down. Li Wei will not make such a low-level mistake, so he sent Diana, the Wonder Woman blessed by the Olympus gods. It can be said that even in the Marvel world, Diana's strength is the top group of people. Definitely, among mortals. In fact, at the moment she was drawn, Li Wei was almost ecstatic. However, he was not in a hurry to let Diana show up. After receiving everything from the master, he became a little like to control the overall situation and more like to improve his plan. And Diana is the most important part of the plan. The explosion of the air base put tremendous pressure on the military. Under this pressure, they had to give up the right to reorganize the Strategic Science Corps. On the other hand, they still believe that Hydra really did this thing. And not one or two people, but this terrorist incident planned by a sophisticated Hydra organization. In fact, Diana was the only one from beginning to end. Therefore, Li Wei can quietly retreat from this incident. This task is nothing. Our Amazon warriors are inherently warlike. The heroic female soldier on the battlefield smiled slightly at Li Wei. Perhaps because of being selected by Li Wei, she had a great affection for Li Wei from the beginning. You take a good rest first, and leave the rest to me to take care of. Li Wei nodded, casually said a comforting word, and then walked out of the bedroom. There are some things in a hurry. Although he also wants to open the harem, but sometimes too late, it will arouse the disgust of other girls. Don't look at the theories, he said, but in fact, he just never fell in love. Well, nothing wrong. Diana, who originally had something to say to Li Wei, did not expect that Li Wei would leave so simply. It was incredible. Boss is really a strange person. It's completely different from the men who covet women, as my mother said. Diana blinked, but there were some days when she missed the Amazon Paradise Island. This was actually her first mission to leave the Paradise Island. Li Wei didn't even know. Although Wonder Woman is very strong, she just came out of the mountain. She was teleported to him under the arrangement of her mother. A lot of outside knowledge and exchanges were given to her by her mother's teaching. As for Li Wei, this is a special person who her mother took care of. When you see him, you have to respect me more than you do. The words of Hippolyte, Queen of the Amazon, sounded in Diana's ears. She had always followed her mother's words. However, she also has her own mind. For example, understand Li Wei's personality, then, start with this world first. So Diana sat in front of Li Wei's computer and began to browse the world. On the other side, Li Wei was already sitting in the elevator and came to the base on the -3rd floor. Howard has ended the call with Lucius. At the moment, he is studying some technology of the Bat base. Because he needs to verify whether the technology that Li Wei said is 20 years ahead of the world as a whole is true. Oh! Goodness! I can't believe it, this is actually true. It turns out that there is such a solution, I never thought of it. Howard constantly made a sound of admiration, while the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, headed by Nick Fury, had nothing to do with embarrassment. At the beginning, they can also visit this base. But then, only numbness awaited them. There is only one sentence left in my heart, looks like a dick, but I don't understand. And Howard's shock from time to time made them feel incompetent. After all, Howard can still be shocked, their uneducated group can only fucking. Definitely, Nick Fury is the most embarrassing one. The other agents are still immersed in the joy of the rest of their lives, because Li Wei never thought of killing them. What's more, their leader Nick Fury will also protect them. In fact, Li Wei deliberately frightened these agents and asked them to be grateful to Nick Fury. After all, if Nick Fury is to be a director, he can't be lonely and fight alone. He must have some subordinates. These men can be incompetent, but they must be loyal. Mr. Li Wei. Nick Fury, who keenly heard the movement of the elevator, turned around. He just saw Li Wei coming out of the elevator and quickly lowered his head and called roar. Director Nick Fury, congratulations. Li Wei smiled and stretched out his hand, and slowly walked to the black men who hadn't reacted to the black question mark. The military has agreed to negotiate with the government. Li Wei saw his incomprehension and explained with a smile, an air base of the military was destroyed, and they no longer have the opportunity to stand on the commanding heights. Therefore, in order to avoid further expansion of the situation, they must cooperate with the government. Negotiation. And the government, although it wants to use this to blackmail the military a lot. Unfortunately, they still have a lot of troubles, and there is no way to embarrass the military before it finishes dealing with internal affairs. So the best way, it means that both sides take a step back and do whatever they want. This time the time started with S.H.I.E.L.D, and it will inevitably end with S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, the reorganization of S.H.I.E.L.D has been put on the agenda. And Nick Fury, you have been put up as a candidate for the position of director by them. Li Wei smiled and snapped his fingers. Congratulations, Mr. Director. Thanks. Nick Fury nodded heavily, but the joy on his face showed that he didn't want the heavy heart he showed. No one will be upset to be a director. He didn't ask how Li Wei knew all of this. For a large consortium like the Wayne Group, there must be one or two or more members of Congress who belong to their allies. Now that these things have been put on the agenda, it is normal for them to be leaked out. Moreover, they have absolutely no reason to fool themselves. As long as he knows, S.H.I.E.L.D will be Li Wei's from today. He is just a director, and just a director. Nick is quite self-aware. He knows what he should and shouldn't do. After all, his life was saved by Li Wei. To whom is it not to die? Besides, Li Wei, the boss, is much better than he thought. Nick is willing to work for Li Wei. So, have you chosen the address of the new S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters? Li Wei asked suddenly. Forehead. Suddenly, Nick Fury was embarrassed again. Because, according to his intention, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D was rebuilt on the original site. But listening to the meaning of Li Wei's words, it is obviously not like that. Since you haven't chosen it yet, let me choose it for you. As if he had expected it, Li Wei smiled happily, and pointed to the New York map on the wall that was already ready for Nick Fury and others to choose a location. Washington area. Nick Fury frowned slightly, surprised. Yes, it's Washington District. Li Wei said with a smile. Nick shrugged suddenly. I have no objection, boss. That's it. At that time, I will move this base of mine directly to it too. Li Wei's eyes looked far away, but his heart was ambitious. Who would have thought that a few days ago, he was really an otaku playing games there? Things, really unpredictable. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Wei's mouth, but there were still two threats in front of him. One is his fiancée Captain Marvel, he must be rescued. There is one more, Thanos. Infinite gems, it's time to start collecting. Li Wei looked at Howard, who was constantly amazed. A flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 33, Hydra Base. Eastern Europe, in an old castle on the outskirts of Sokovia. No one would have thought that this slightly inconspicuous building would be the headquarters of the once famous Hydra organization. Since the defeat of the Nazis in World War II, Hydra's base in Day Country has also been wiped out. After all, there is also the credit of the Captain of the United States. With the death of Red Skull, the entire Hydra fell apart. Some people have penetrated into the United States following the United States government paperclip plan, thus forming the United States HYDRA headed by a group of people such as Alexander Pierce. The rest will continue to reorganize Hydra in Europe. This place in Europe has been chaotic since ancient times. Especially in the Middle Ages, you may be a French prince today, and tomorrow you will become the king of day. Because between the countries of the European continent, marriage is almost intricate. Whose king does not have the royal blood of several other countries, so embarrassed? Even if the king is like this, let alone the nobility. The Duke of Strake is the leader of the active Hydra organization. This guy is different from the former Hydra leader Red Skull. Red Skull can only be regarded as a dick turning over, just like Hitler. Therefore, he was initially able to gain Hitler's favor. But Straker is a hereditary nobleman. It is precisely because of this that his family can quickly bring Hydra back to life after the war. And reopen Hydra's base all over the world. The Strake family also moved their homes to Eastern Europe as a result of Sokovia, and established a brand new Hydra headquarters here. It can be said that in the entire European continent, Baron Strucker is almost the uncrowned king. However, at the moment, the uncrowned king is in rage. Shit. Shit. Baron Strucker smashed everything in the room frantically, and by the way, a blue and white porcelain obtained from the Celestial dynasty was smashed with a hammer. The waste of Pierce actually caused the entire Hydra to be uprooted. Why didn't he die? He is dead. The little brother on the side replied cautiously, in fact, Mr. Pierce was the fastest to die. The moment Hydra was exposed, he had already paid the price of his life for it. Waste. Baron Strucker's face is very ugly. The recent situation of this Hydra in Europe is not good. Because according to the original plan, their European HYDRA is responsible for attracting local firepower. In the United States, Hydra is responsible for infiltration. Once the United States is completely infiltrated, they can use this to initiate the Third World War and achieve their ambition to rule the world. However, now the Hydra of the United States is all exposed. Moreover, it was almost uprooted by people overnight, and the rest of the people could not become the climate at all. And their European HYDRA is completely alone. Who did it? Baron Strucker's face was pale, his voice low but full of anger. I must make him pay. The younger brother on the side hurriedly handed the information he had prepared in the morning to Straker, and explained in a low voice, this person is called Li Wei, the owner of the Wayne Group. This time we will be exposed because he leaked it. Secret. Also, he killed Mr. Pierce with his own hands. Wayne Group. Straker frowned slightly, but then he didn't care, and said coldly, no matter who he is, he must be done. I don't care about the others, but I want him to die. But, sir. The little brother on the side hesitated to speak, and after obtaining Straker's consent, he said, this Li Wei seems to be very strong. Crossbones Rumlow, Mr. Pierce's right-hand man, sparred with him and was interrupted. The corners of Strack's mouth twitched slightly, and Rumlow, he definitely knew, one of the strongest special forces in the world. But this Li Wei can actually put him on the ground, doesn't it mean that this is another captain of the United States? Roar. Baron Strucker took a deep breath and said helplessly, how about the two subjects? Ability is not stable yet, and may run away at any time. If you let them go, I'm afraid. His men hesitated to speak but stopped. Never mind. Baron Strucker waved his hand. The twin siblings were sent out at this time, and no one knew the consequences. After all, they are just guinea pigs. Then send the Winter Soldier to kill him. He is really helpless. Today's Hydra is still in the dormant stage. At the end of the 1980s, they have no combat power at all. During World War II, there was still Tesseract anyway. But now, Tesseract is taken away by the United States. 2 years later, they will send Winter Soldier to assassinate Iron Man's daddy Howard Stark, and take away his modified super soldier serum. In addition, an elite death squad was created. And this elite death squad is stronger than Winter Soldier. And 20 years later, they will use the scepter used by Loki to do Superman experiments when aliens invade, and create the super ability of twins Pietro Maximoff and Wanda Maximoff. Yes, they are Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, the two test items Baron Strucker just mentioned. However, these powerful combat powers are either the past or the future. But today's Hydra has nothing. They have nothing but a Winter Soldier that hasn't changed for thousands of years. No, it's not enough. Baron Strucker's face was blue, and he said coldly, what's going on in the Red Room? Pierce is responsible for infiltrating the United States, and Straker is not far behind. He is responsible for infiltrating another superpower, the Soviet Union. The Red Room is an organization established by Hydra in cooperation with the Soviet Union to train super agents. The Soviets thought that the agents trained by the Red Room were loyal to the Soviet Union, but they did not know that most of the agents that came out of it were loyal to HYDRA. The third phase of the Red Room agent is still training. The younger brother on the side paused and reminded, however, Eastern Europe has not been peaceful recently, and the Soviets are now overwhelmed by themselves. The training in the Red Room may be over here. 1989 is undoubtedly a day worthy of attention. Because it was this year that opened the end of Eastern European socialism, and it was also the initial cause of the disintegration of the Soviet Union 2 years later. The Soviets nowadays are so busy themselves, not to mention a Red Room for cultivating agents. I'm afraid, at the moment has been forgotten. Then get everyone back. Not surprisingly, Baron Strucker said indifferently, also, send a team to the United States and let them cooperate with Winter Soldier to assassinate that Li Wei. Also, how are the female spies carefully crafted by the Red Room? Hearing Strack's question, the younger brother quickly replied, the female spy test product is currently in a relatively stable state, and the experiment has basically been successful. However, although the super soldier serum we developed eliminated the original side effects, the effect was also weakened by most. Although it is a super soldier serum, even after the injection of the serum, the physical fitness of the test product has only reached the level of some top special forces, and it is not enough to serve as the name of the super soldier serum. Then it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's a failure, so send her out. Baron Strucker's tone was cold, and after speaking, he put on his coat, closed the door, and went out. As if, this base has never appeared before. Chapter 34, this may not be true. It has been 3 full months since the government and the military agreed to reunify the S.H.I.E.L.D. The headquarters building in Manhattan, New York, the United States was bombed, but in 3 months, time has faded away. Someone has quickly cleared it up, leaving a lot of ruins. The new S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is located on an island in the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. In these 3 months, neither the government nor the military came to make trouble. Because although the Hydra incident has passed, the storm has not yet subsided. They are also constantly investigating some potential Hydra lurking personnel in the system to ensure that the United States will not happen again. This time only an agent organization was infiltrated. Next time, if both the and the President of the United States are completely infiltrated, then the United States will really be over. Mr. Stark, how is the research going? Li Wei took the elevator to his bat base and walked all the way to Howard's laboratory. This is a separate laboratory specially prepared for him, and it is not just him, Lucius is also here. The spacecraft is of great importance, and Li Wei attaches great importance to it. Not even the company's business, just do this. Not yet. Howard shook his head helplessly and sighed, although we have some guesses, we don't have the corresponding experimental conditions. How to say? Li Wei frowned slightly and asked. For the several ways you talk about interstellar travel, I think they are all possible. I have to say that you are truly a genius. Howard first admired Li Wei, and there was no compliment, it was completely sincere. But then he shook his head again, however, although your technology is leading the world for more than 2 decades. However, the alloy material still does not meet the requirements of interstellar travel. Whether it is bending speed or transition, all have extremely high requirements on the strength of the alloy. In the Marvel world, there are 4 ways of interstellar travel. The first one is the most convenient and powerful one. Use Space Gem to open the space door directly. Avengers uses this method. The second type is the Einstein-Rosen bridge. This technology is unique to Asgard, which is Bifrost. Can use Bifrost to instantly reach any corner of the universe. The third type is hyperspace jumping. Hyperspace jumps are different from jumps, because hyperspace jumps must pass through pre-established jump points in the universe, and then move between the 2 jump points. But if there is no jumping point, then you can only fly in the universe. The so-called jumping points should be wormholes or artificial wormholes. The transition that Howard is studying is different. The transition is through entering the subspace, and then from any point to another instantaneously, and does not need to pass through a specific jumping point. Definitely, the transition has only a theoretical basis and has not been practiced. At the very least, there is no such way of interstellar travel in the Marvel universe. The fourth type, the most scientific one, is the speed of war, that is, the superlight speed engine. The warp engine is compressed by space, the space behind expands, and the space in front is pulled back. In fact, the nature of the warp engine is still space distortion. However, the technology of the speed engine so far is only owned by Shinjua's father, the Celestial clan. Oh, the first generation of Captain Marvel, that is, Marvel, Carol Danvers' predecessor, has also invented the superlight speed engine, but the engine hideout is now Carol Danvers' Li Wei's fiancé Captain Marvel knows. Moreover, she lost her memory. It's really contradictory. Li Wei smiled bitterly. The person he was going to save knew the method of cosmic transition, but he was still studying hard. Why didn't you tell me the address before leaving? Li Wei was a little depressed. Most races in the universe have used hyperspace jump technology so far. Relatively speaking, it is actually a little behind. This super light speed engine is a big killer for space travel. However, although the transition and speed are high-tech that most races in the universe have never had. But the Stark family is worthy of being a family cursed by wisdom. A few decades ago, Stark had already proposed the concept of a maglev car. But now, Li Wei just mentioned the method of interstellar travel that he once knew might be the method of interstellar travel. Howard, this guy actually confirmed it directly, and he is about to build it. Worthy of being the father of Iron Man. This ability is far more than Iron Man shit. That's why Li Wei hates such smart people, and is mad with jealousy. Just put forward a theory, but the other party was able to turn it into reality. This Timos is too exaggerated. Materials, on the Earth, it is not yet possible to produce alloys that travel through the universe. Howard put on a posture that a clever woman could hardly cook without rice. In fact, this is indeed the case. There is strength, there are methods, but it's useless. Just like later generations of mobile phones, the battery severely restricts the performance of the mobile phone. This is a material problem. If you have the technology, you can't reach the basic foundation. However, fortunately, the dimension in which Li Wei is located is the world of Marvel. And in this world, there happens to be a special kind of metal, just. Li Wei knows the location of this metal. So, the material problem is not big. Li Wei thought for a while and asked, if it's vibranium, it should be okay. Vibranium, also known as Nirvana steel, is a meteorite from the sky. It is a specialty resource of Wakanda, an African country, and one of the hardest materials in the Marvel universe. The shield of the Captain of the United States and Black Panther's battle suit and claws are all made with this thing. Vibranium. Oh no. Howard obviously knew this too. After all, the shield of the Captain of the United States was built by him and Dr. Malone McLean together. But, although this thing is okay, building a spaceship is a bit extravagant. Lee, with all due respect, in this world, there is no vibranium stock for a spaceship cabin at all, let alone a spaceship. Howard said bitterly, but Li Wei smiled, that, not necessarily. Asterisk. Chapter 35, The Third Generation Soldier Serum. Howard was stunned, and then some reaction came over, shook his head desperately there and said, impossible. Vibranium can. Because of its characteristics, it is determined that it is definitely the best metal for interstellar travel, at least on Earth. If vibranium can be used to build a spacecraft, the defense is absolutely guaranteed. However, Wakanda will not agree. Howard knew Li Wei's ambitions. He didn't expect that Li Wei also knew Wakanda. After all, this is an isolated place. The young men in front of him really knew a lot of high-level secrets. However, Wakanda is not an ordinary place. Wakanda people take vibranium as their life. Howard smiled helplessly. What is the concept of building a spaceship with vibranium? Wakanda's vibranium content is only 10,000 tons, even if it is more, it is impossible to double. And to build a spacecraft according to Li Wei's requirements, I am afraid that Wakanda's vibranium will be used up by 1/10. If this is the case, then Wakanda doesn't have to fight him hard to see the ghost. Even if it is to build a smaller spaceship, at least dozens of tons of vibranium are needed. They will agree. Li Wei is decisive, disagree. Then call until they agree. Now I am not strong enough, but how many more? Li Wei is confident in breaking Wakanda. Isn't it the hometown of Black Panther? 10,000 Black Panthers can be worth a punch. So Li Wei is not worried at all. But Howard felt that the boy brother in front of him was a bit too rampant. This is a place where people in the United States dare not move. He has also heard of Wakanda's technology. This is a super forbidden area, and most people don't dare to touch it at all. However, sir, if the materials are not available, our research may be put on hold for a while. Howard paused and said slowly, in theory, we can already reach the basis of interstellar travel, but if there is no way to conduct experiments, it is still difficult to determine. I see. Li Wei nodded slightly, he definitely knew the difficulty of interstellar travel. The means of interstellar travel alone is not considered, but also coordinates. If there are no coordinates and the universe is so big, How can you find your goal if you fly everywhere? Fortunately, Li Wei still has goals. Hera in the Large Magellanic Cloud. However, just knowing this is not enough. There are hundreds of billions of planets in the Large Magellanic Cloud. God knows which is Hera. So even if he has the heart, he can only wait patiently. The study of interstellar travel has been put on hold for now, and we will talk about it when vibranium's materials are in place. Li Wei shook his head slightly, but he couldn't help being covered with a haze in his heart. Calculated according to the timeline, it will be years before my fiancé will return to Earth. If you can't work out the method of interstellar travel before then, and find out the exact location of Hera's star, then everything I did was in vain. It stands to reason that since Carol will eventually return to Earth, it doesn't make any sense for him to do this. However, perhaps it is the man's self-esteem that is at work. Rather than Carol fleeing back to Earth, he wants to pick Carol back personally. I want her to see that my fiancé is definitely not a waste. Definitely, just think about it now. Then, how's the research on the super soldier serum? Li Wei put these thoughts behind for a while, then looked at Howard and asked. Soon. Upon hearing Li Wei's question, Howard's face was a little sad, and he suddenly became excited. I have found a way to fix the side effects of the serum. Now a new batch of serum has been created and the side effects are being adjusted. Think, this time there shouldn't be any problems. Oh. This is really good news. This super soldier serum is also useful for Li Wei. When the test is over, I will have someone send you the latest batch. The results should already be available, either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Howard is obviously confident about the super soldier serum. After all, he was also one of the people involved in the production. This super soldier serum was developed by Dr. Abraham Erskine during World War II. The first generation of super soldier serum was not perfect, so as the first person to eat crabs, Red Skull's face became a skeleton. The improved super soldier serum can barely be called the second generation. The person who injects it will no longer turn into a skull face, but the side effects still exist. The side effect of super soldier serum is to make good people better and bad people worse. So, this is uncertain. There are good and bad in everyone's heart. Some people think that they are good people, but they may also be bad people. Some people think that they are bad people, but they are really bad people. Because of this side effect, Abraham feared that the military would use the super soldier serum to create the super soldier core in their minds. In this way, the world will inevitably be in chaos. Therefore, he severely burned his research materials. However, for decades, countries around the world have never given up on researching new super soldier serums. The military and the government are not far behind. In today's world, the only person who can develop a super soldier serum is Howard. He has improved the super soldier serum again, which can be called the third generation. The third generation super soldier serum no longer has unexecuted. The original side effect is to make good people better and bad people worse. But the super soldier serum that Howard studied no longer has such unknown side effects that vary from person to person. Because its side effects are fixed. That is, let the person who injects become violent. Although it sounds like it is going in a bad direction, it is indeed a great improvement. The second generation super soldier serum has to be different from person to person, and a really good person must be selected for injection. But in the third generation, the side effects of injection are the same for anyone. Although it can make people violent, once the side effects are fixed, there are ways to eliminate them. Moreover, it just makes people become violent, which is not a big deal. The third generation will not make good people better or bad people worse, it just makes people more violent and irritable. If it is a person with sufficient control, it can weaken or even ignore such side effects. Therefore, Howard's research progress is absolutely unprecedented. However, before Howard eliminated this side effect and conducted human experiments, Li Wei still did not dare to inject. He has always been insensitive to this kind of uncertainty. Howard is still continuing his own research, and Lucius has gone from being a dominant position at the beginning to being a layman for Howard. Nick Fury is busy reorganizing S.H.I.E.L.D, while Li Wei is waiting for the serum to be born. He can't wait to get an injection. After drawing out Wonder Woman, he became more and more eager to improve his strength. However, it is in a corner that no one knows. An elite team dispatched by Hydra is lurking somewhere in Los Angeles. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Winter Soldier, Black Widow. Malibu, southwest of Los Angeles, is a paradise for the rich. Countless rich people flock to buy a piece of land here and build their own villas. Because the land of the United States is different from other countries, because the United States government only owns 32% of the country's land, and the other land is privately owned and can be bought with money. However, at the moment, in a villa not far from Wayne Manor, there is a group of people who are incompatible with the title of rich. There are 7 people in this group, 5 men and 2 women. 6 of them are all muscular madmen, with muscle knots all over, even majestic, which is daunting. And on the table in front of them, there are a lot of arms. 19 Malawian Quachas grenade launcher, M4A1 carbine, MP5 submachine gun, M136-4 rocket launcher. There is a copy of almost any weapon imaginable. What's more, there is a big killer. Anti-material sniper rifle, the most powerful sniper rifle in the world, Barrett M82A1. All kinds of grenades, flash bombs, and smoke bombs are countless. At the moment, 6 of them, including 1 female, are fully armed, constantly fiddling with the weapons in front of them. There is no doubt that they are about to carry out a terrorist attack. Originally they wanted to assassinate, but then to be on the safe side, they said that the assassination turned into a terrorist attack. After all, unarmed combat Li Wei did not lose to them. In order to be foolproof, it is better to use a gun as expected. Not only that, 2 kilometers away, there are also 3 armed helicopters parked. The rocket loaded on it was enough for them to ensure that the villa in Wayne Manor was blown up. Although it is a squad of the same camp, the 7 are clearly divided into 3 parts. A long-haired man with a metal left arm sat quietly on the sofa. He did not adjust his weapon, but was constantly groping with his left arm, like a pervert. Bucky Barnes, the former best friend of the Captain of the United States, but now he has a new name, Roar Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier. Trained by Hydra to brainwash and become a super agent who only loyal to HYDRA. On the other side, a 5-person team of 4 men and 1 woman is very professional and careful, checking their own weapons. The last thing left was a girl who seemed incompatible with these 6 muscular men. The girl looks only 13 or 14 years old, with long reddish-brown hair, wearing a leather tights, and her exquisite curves are exquisite. She did not choose a large weapon like everyone else, but took 2 Colt M1911 and 2 daggers. Then he squatted quietly in the corner and said nothing. The whole person is like a frightened bunny, crouching on the corner with his knees, head buried in the middle of his thighs. The girl's petite appearance is incompatible with the 6 devil muscles. But in fact, when it comes to physical fitness, she is no weaker than others. Because she is the failed experiment in Strack's words, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. In fact, even for the failed experiment, she was the only one among dozens of children who survived. The agents trained in the Red Room are all children under 10 years old, because only children can better brainwash. For adults, the 3 views have taken shape and it is difficult to brainwash and control. For children, even a weakened version of the super soldier serum is not something they can bear. Therefore, many people died in the experiment. Only she survived, but even so, the effect of super soldier serum was not satisfactory. So, she was sent to perform the task. Except for Winter Soldier Bucky's physical fitness far beyond ordinary people, the other 6 people are not far behind. The difference between the girl and them is only experience. Winter Soldier is a super soldier, and the girl is a guinea pig. Only these 5 people are relatively normal people, but they are also relatively normal. They are all killers with the most kills in Hydra history, proficient in 30 languages and hundreds of assassination methods. Infiltration, assassination, they even destroyed a small country overnight. They are Hydra's best killers. At the moment, Hydra's strongest group of combat power is only gathered for 1 person. Hey, you don't need to fight this time. A guy who looked like a leader suddenly spoke to Natasha Romanoff in the corner. Why? Natasha Romanoff raised her head, with some questions in her eyes. Although she is a test subject, she is a normal human being, and, originally, she is not weak. She was not afraid of the 5 people in front of her at all, even, somewhat disdainful. Except for the guy with the special arm, she couldn't see through. Natasha Romanoff was confident that he could knock down the 5 people in front of him in an instant. This is the rule above, let you get in touch with this guy named Li Wei in advance. Then, tell us the information. The leader looked at Natasha Romanoff condescendingly. Natasha Romanoff showed an extremely humane expression and nodded slightly. Okay, it means I act first. Yes, but you only have 3 days. If we don't get your answer within 3 days, we will take action directly, because that shows that you failed. The leader said without emotion. Natasha Romanoff has obviously gotten used to it, and nodded slightly. I see. After speaking, she tidied up her things and walked out without looking back. One of the subordinates couldn't help asking the leader, Head, just let her go like this, can you? Definitely, if she doesn't want to die, she doesn't need to come back. A cruel sharp light flashed in the eyes of the leader, and several of his men suddenly shrank, and they all clearly understood the identity of Natasha Romanoff. The test product is just an object. Okay, take a rest, recharge your energy, and in 3 days at the latest, we have to do it. This time, we must get rid of this guy. The leader was there talking, but his eyes were fixed on the Winter Soldier in the corner. This time, their strongest support was this guy. Asterisk. Chapter 37, The Night is Shrouded. Wayne Manor. The next day, in the morning. Pretty girls, hurry up, the young master has a bad temper. Unscathed. Because there was one person who blocked this blow that ruined the world. Sung. The moment Wonder Woman saw the rocket flying towards herself and Li Wei, an extremely bright light burst out of her arms. The Guardian Silver Bracelet is an artifact made by the god Hephaestus using the fragments of the king of god Zeus's aegis, which can protect the wearer from any long-range attacks. After the bracelet collides, it can release a powerful guardian power. Definitely, any so-called remote attack is also limited. But obviously, these missiles are far from reaching the limit that they can break through the defense of the Guardian Silver Bracelet. Drink. Diana chirped, arms crossed, and just when the danger came, she directly launched her strongest move. So. Rumble. All the missile bombings resounded in the air, illuminating the entire Wayne base transparently and dyeing half of the sky. But it didn't spread to Wayne's base at all, and not even the garden was damaged. The whole Malibu was shocked. What? Help! Countless screams, shouts, and each other's sound, they thought they had suffered a terrorist attack. All this has nothing to do with Wayne base. If someone observes closely, they will find that there is a semicircular membrane-like energy shield in front of Diana, even covering the top of the entire villa. Not only was Diana unscathed, but the villa was all shrouded in this divine light. Buzzing. In the distance, the 3 Apaches that had launched most of the missiles were slowly approaching. But the eyes of several drivers were wide open, and they obviously couldn't believe the scene before them. Damn it. The missile launch that I had prepared for a long time, unexpectedly, didn't even hit the target at all. Instead, it exploded in the air and almost affected them. Damn it, how could it be possible? A driver, with some disbelief, pressed the bombardment button again. Call out. A missile bombarded the Wayne base once again. Die to me. The pilot roared there, driving the Apache crazy, approaching the Wayne base. He wanted to see if the missile shooting this time would work. Then, a fiery sword light suddenly appeared in his sight. What is that? He stared blankly in the air, and then, the fiery red sword light constantly magnified in his sight. A Valkyrie wearing a close-fitting armor, like a god descending to the earth, holding a huge sword in his hand, slashed at the rocket he had just launched. Oh my god. The driver was stunned, his hand suddenly held his head. How could he not believe the picture in front of him? Sword-smashing missiles. He thought he was dreaming. A human being, a woman, actually holding a cold weapon in her hand, slashed towards a missile. Is this a fucking human? He can no longer control why a woman can appear in such a midair. He could only watch, Wonder Woman holding the Vulcan sword in both hands, slashing down towards the missile-emitting light in the air. Boom. The huge amounts of fire burst out all over the sky, staining the sky blood again. Under this violent shockwave, the pilot was extremely shocked to discover that the female soldier who had just smashed the missile with a sword rushed out of the missile bombing unscathed. What? Didn't die like this. Oh. God. The driver is a little crazy. He watched Wonder Woman hold a shield in his hand, turned over and killed him. Yes, stepping in midair, like flying. He could only watch it, because he was completely overwhelmed by the scene in front of him. Sneer. A brilliant flaming red sword light, like a curtain that had torn open the night, slashed towards the body of the continuously rotating Apache helicopter. Boom. As if it was something, it slammed into the helicopter, and then the entire Apache hovering there quickly turned around in midair, and then a shockingly huge crack suddenly shot from the helicopter. Out. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound was harsh. The pilot sat there dumbfounded, turned his head blankly, and found that the tail of the helicopter he was driving had completely disappeared. Behind him, there was a huge opening that was opened, and countless gusts of wind were instilling crazily in him. Apache, the invincible Apache, was directly torn in half by the woman just now, walking sideways along the helicopter. The tail is cut off. With a sword from him, he was directly divided into two. The driver looked up blankly and looked at Wonder Woman floating there in midair. The other person looked at him like a dead man. Boom. 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 The rear part of the helicopter with the tail wing fell to the ground, and there was a violent rubbing sound between the wings and the ground. Then, there is the helicopter head. Is this woman Superman? This is the last confession left by the helicopter pilot in this world. Yes, this woman, not Superman, she is a demigod. Ha. After solving one Apache helicopter, Diana flew towards the other two Apaches. She is angry. Really angry. This group of guys successfully angered the warlike Amazon female warriors, so the result is destined to be self-evident. Asterisk.